it's time to sit back and relax with your favorite drink. And listen. The Vatican is studying vampires at a secret research facility. 3rd of October 2019, Vatican City. On the vanishingly slim chance that a living human being happens upon this writing, I am obliged to forgive her in advance for thinking its author mad. As shall become clear presently, the story to which it bears witness is one that no sane person could accept. Indeed, the author himself wouldn't have given it the slightest credence had he not found himself quite unexpectedly at its center. My name is Father Simon Merchant. I am an ordained priest in the Society of Jesus, better known as the Jesuit Order, as well as a trained microbiologist and with subspecializations in virology and bacteriology. I became a Jesuit after completing my undergraduate studies at Harvard and earning a medical degree from the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine. I subsequently completed a doctorate in microbiology from Oxford and, until recently, was professor and chair of the Department of Microbiology at the Georgetown University School of Medicine, where I also served as chief research scientist in the McClellan Institute for Virology. I do not mention these credentials to boast, but rather for the sake of lending some degree of credibility, however small, to what I am about to write. Besides, I will never serve in any of these capacities again. I will not survive the night. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Please forgive me, the prospect of impending doom compels me to rush. In late July, I was suddenly and unexpectedly summoned by my provincial superior, Father Joseph Quinlan, to an impromptu meeting at the headquarters of the Jesuit Conference in Washington, D.C. Foregoing any pleasantries, Father Quinlan immediately produced a signed directive from none other than the Superior General of the Order himself, stating in no uncertain terms, but without explanation, that I was expected in Rome in a week's time. "Everything has been arranged," Father Quinlan said flatly. "Georgetown has approved." "Yeah, but with all due respect, Father, what is this all about?" I asked, making no attempt to hide my confusion. "I know nothing more than what is in this letter, Father Merchant," he replied. "Pack your bags." A week later I arrived in Rome, where I was welcomed at the airport by a young, nervous-looking Jesuit in a stiff black cassock. "Father Merchant," he said, "I'm Father Antolini. I'm to escort you to the Vatican." Like Father Quinlan before him, the anxious young Jesuit had little to offer by way of explanation. Thinking better than to press him on the matter, I allowed him to carry my bags to the waiting car and obligingly took my place next to him in the front seat. Following a relatively short, if awkwardly silent drive, we passed through the gates of Vatican City and proceeded to an imposing building that I immediately recognized as the Museo Chiaramonti. Father Antolini parked the car in a sort of alleyway behind the museo and, after unloading my luggage from the trunk, ushered me through a conspicuously out-of-place door. There we were met by an elderly man wearing the black and white robes of a Dominican friar. "Father Merchant," he said with a kind smile, "I am Dom Collini. Welcome back to Rome." "Thank you, Father," I said, shaking his hand. "May I ask, what—" He cut me off with a raised hand. "All will be explained. Father Antolini here will see to your bags. Now, please follow me." We entered a large elevator which, by the looks of it, only had 2 buttons, one for up, the other for down. Dom Collini pressed the latter with a gnarled finger and grinned toothily. "I know what you are thinking," he mused as we began our descent. "Prepare yourself accordingly, Father. Everything you think you know is about to be unsettled." The elevator door opened to a cavernous underground vestibule where a sign on the damp stone wall read, "Institutum Pontificum Studiorum Occulti," the Pontifical Institute of Occult Studies. A deep voice roused me from my silent, awe-filled gawking. "Father Merchant," said a man in front of me, I, Father O'Hara. Though I couldn't place his deeply grooved face and dark eyes, I immediately recognized the name. Gerard O'Hara, the microbiologist? I asked in an incredulous tone. Yes, he replied flatly. It is a pleasure to finally meet the acquaintance of so esteemed a colleague. I am a great admirer of your work. Oh, the pleasure is all mine, Father, I sputtered, shaking his hand. It's not every day that I find myself in the company of a Nobel laureate. Please forgive me. What exactly is going on? No one has offered the slightest explanation since I received the Superior's letter in Washington. I'm sure you are incredibly confused, Father O'Hara said with a patient smile. My apologies. For reasons that will become clear, we have been obliged to keep the nature and purpose of this meeting a secret. This very facility and the work that is undertaken here is itself highly classified. You will understand presently. But what on earth is this place? I inquired plaintively. I know you are a man of science, he said. So am I, but we are also men of God. Should it really be surprising to either of us that the Vatican has a secret research facility that studies all things supernatural? My jaw dropped. Supernatural? He nodded. Not the supernatural that is of God, mind you, but the other sort. Demons, ghosts, witches, and many other things besides. The Institute has been studying these phenomena for centuries. Its work predates the dawn of modern science, though only a small handful were, are, or ever will be aware of its existence. Well, I laughed despite myself. You've got to be joking, I said. On the contrary, he replied, gesturing to Father Collini, whose presence I had momentarily forgotten. Our Dominican colleague here is the world's foremost authority on demonic possession and exorcism. Did you know that? Dom Collini smiled courteously and made a slight bow. Well, of course you didn't, Father O'Hara continued. No more than you knew that I have been conducting research on vampires for nearly 15 years. As far as anyone knows, Dom Collini is nothing more than a medievalist, and I am merely a biologist, however accomplished each of us may be in his respective field. Father, I said, shaking my hand and screwing my eyes shut, what you're saying right now is absolutely insane. Can you please tell me why I'm here? He shrugged. Come and see, he replied, indicating a door to his right. We proceeded into a massive library with hundreds of shelves, all of them lined from floor to ceiling with dusty volumes. Father O'Hara pressed a button on the wall and a large window emerged through which I saw what appeared to be a prison cell. Huddled motionless on the floor of the cell was a young man, or what seemed to be a young man at any rate. He was naked, rail-thin, and as white as a sheet, his face turned away from the window. We call him Tomislav, Father O'Hara said. Our operatives captured him in rural Serbia. Evidently he murdered his entire family along with 6 others. Who is he? I replied in a near whisper. That is not a he, Father O'Hara remarked. That is an it. I turned to look at him. What do you mean? I asked. Dom Collini chuckled from behind me, surprising me once again with his presence. Tomislav is no longer a human being, Father Merchant, he said. Tomislav is a vampire. I wheeled around to find myself eye to eye with Collini. Oh, enough of this, I shouted with a wizened face. Who is that man and why is he in that cell? Would you please be so kind as to redirect your attention to the window? Asked Father O'Hara. I did as he requested, at which point he pressed another button on the wall. The figure in the cell immediately sprang to life from the floor and catapulted itself headlong against the window. At seeing its face, I instinctively recoiled. The pupils of his cat-like eyes were narrow black slits ringed by sulphur, his mouth a gaping red gash filled with yellowing, razor-sharp fangs. He continued to smash his body against the window, all the while gnashing his hideous teeth and bellowing in a beast-like roar. "Don't worry," said Father O'Hara. "He can't see you." I stumbled a few steps backward and crossed myself. "What the—" "As Dom Collini said," O'Hara interrupted, "that is a vampire." I gawked at him with wild eyes. "Impossible," I sputtered. There are no such things. It's a superstition." "And yet, here is one before your very eyes," replied Dom Collini. Father O'Hara closed the window and ushered me to a chair. I collapsed onto it, cradling my head in my hands. "Father Merchant," he said somberly, "I know this comes as an enormous shock to you, but I assure you that you are not losing your mind. The thing behind that window is very real and very dangerous. The Church has been stalking its kind for millennia. Only recently has it begun to capture and study them. It wasn't that long ago that I found myself in precisely the same situation as you. I too was summoned here for reasons unbeknownst to me, and I too was shaken to my very core when I first beheld these creatures." "But why me?" I asked through my hands. "For the same reason I myself was," O'Hara replied, "for your expertise. My predecessor was the first to discover that the underlying cause of this phenomenon is, at least in part, microbiological. I was brought here to take his research to the next level, and you are here to do the same with mine." I looked up, my eyes red and irritated. "What?" Taking a breath, he sat down next to me and folded his hands in his lap. "We have known for some time about the actual existence of incorporeal entities, spirits, demons, ghosts, angels, and so forth. But as Dom Collini will be the first to admit, our ability to comprehend such entities, let alone manage them, is rather limited. Ever since the Church reconciled itself to science, which it did in no small part thanks to the efforts of our Jesuit forebears, it has not shied away from using the scientific method to expand the scope of its understanding. Unfortunately, that method is useless when applied to things without physical existence. The same is not true for our friend Tomislav, which, whatever else he or it may be, it is an embodied, material entity. Well, albeit of a sort we never encounter in nature," interjected Don Collini. "Oh, I'm getting to that," O'Hara replied sharply. "First things first. Father Merchant, what I and my team have discovered may be summarized thusly. The root cause of vampirism is a virus, or something very much like a virus, that we have named the N1 photophobic hemophage. As far as viruses go, it's a large one. The virions are 90 or so nanometers in diameter, but it's definitely not a bacterium. It does not have any independent genetic capacity for metabolism or reproduction. It's nothing more than a bundle of nucleic acids, but, to that extent at least, it is molecularly carbon-based. What makes the N1pH so mysterious is the manner in which it operates. Upon being introduced to the living bloodstream, it immediately attaches itself to a host cell, sheds its protein coat, and injects its genetic information just like a virus. From there it reproduces itself trillions of times, albeit at a rate several orders of magnitude higher than any naturally occurring pathogen known to us, and proceeds to do what all viruses do when it gains the upper hand. It kills its host." "So, you're telling me that thing in there is dead?" Father O'Hara sighed and averted his gaze toward the towering bookshelves. "Well," he replied, "not exactly. Think of the movies and comic books, Father Merchant. What do they tell us about vampires?" I smirked. "They hate garlic and holy water and sunlight," I said. that they cast no reflection, that you kill them by driving stakes through their hearts. I was driving at the notion that they are neither living nor dead, but undead, said Father O'Hara, returning his gaze to me. How can something that is dead move about seemingly of its own volition? How can it intelligibly communicate in human language if it does not think? And how can it think if it does not have some sort of rudimentary consciousness? On the other hand, how can it be alive if it doesn't have a heartbeat, if it doesn't oxygenate its blood through respiration, if it lacks homeostasis or metabolism? The thing you saw flailing about in that cell has a body temperature of well below 80 degrees Fahrenheit. It is capable of moving air through its lungs, through its larynx, but it does not breathe. It has reflexes, it responds differentially to stimuli, it even feels pain, but it does not eat. It drinks blood, interjected Dom Collini. What you're describing is biologically impossible, I stated decisively. In the absence of oxygen and nutrition, living cells die. This is indisputable. And this is what is truly miraculous about N1PH, replied Father O'Hara. In less than 48 hours, it completely overtakes every single living cell in a human body, replaces them with hybridized iterations of itself, and systematically reprograms the genome. The virus alters the cells at a molecular level so that they are able to reproduce indefinitely without oxygen, without digestion, without excretion. This effectively renders them immortal. It also invests them with a mind-blowingly heightened capacity for regeneration, and that effectively renders them invincible. It strengthens the bones, increases muscle mass. The list goes on and on. The end result is an organism that is virtually indestructible, with levels of speed, agility, and strength that are far in excess of anything human beings are capable of. But there are a few catches. It drinks blood, Dom Collini reiterated, much to Father O'Hara's annoyance. Yes, it drinks blood, O'Hara snapped. Hence the term hemophage. The vampire is compelled to consume blood by a genetic imperative that we do not fully understand. Blood is the raw material out of which the virus replenishes itself, or rather the hybridized, formerly human cells it has subordinated. The fangs you beheld in the creature's mouth are the result of the virus recoding its genome to meet this imperative. So is its stomach, which no longer digests so much as it absorbs, redirecting the blood food directly to cell nuclei through a network of microscopic rhizomes. So, what happens if it goes without blood? I inquired. Father O'Hara grinned. Oh, we have studied that at great length, he said. The vampire must consume around 5% of its body weight in blood every 48 hours or so. If it does not do this, it begins to putrefy rapidly. On average, it cannot endure without blood for more than 3 days. Beyond that point, the N1PH seems to, shut itself off. When that happens, all of the hybridized cells that comprise the vampire's body begin to die simultaneously, resulting in freakishly accelerated decomposition. But there's another catch. N1PH is extremely photophobic, so much so that a typical virion will completely disintegrate after 5 seconds of direct exposure to sunlight. We suspect that this trait is directly or indirectly linked to the vampire's predation habits. It hunts most effectively at night. But more than this, consumption of blood appears to induce a kind of diurnal hibernation during which the aforementioned absorption takes place. It's also during this time that any and all damaged cells are regenerated. This defies rudimentary logic, Father O'Hara, I said, shaking my head. Let me ask you this for a start. Can vampires be killed or not? Yes, in the sense that certain forms of physical trauma, exposure to sunlight, decapitation, destruction of the heart, and such like, cause the virus to shut off in the manner described previously. Okay, but why? I asked. Father O'Hara shrugged. To be perfectly frank, this is not something we understand. Why, for example, should the destruction of the heart, which is, for all intents and purposes, a vestigial organ for a vampire, why should it cause it to perish? Even more confoundingly, why must the heart be destroyed by wood, and not just any wood, mind you, but only the wood of specific trees? We do not have any answers to these questions. I nodded. All right, I said. Here's something else. Shouldn't vampires be far more numerous, and thus far more noticeable, given their degree of super-evolution? We do not entirely understand this either, replied O'Hara. In the vast majority of cases, it seems, vampires simply kill their human prey rather than communicating the virus so as to create new vampires. It turns out infection is prevented by an enzyme that's secreted through the fangs. So the virus doesn't exhibit a reproductive imperative. It's unclear, said O'Hara. When vampires do create new vampires, the enzyme I mentioned is withheld. We cannot ascertain whether this occurs naturally, for example as part of a genetically programmed reproductive cycle, or whether it is something that the vampire itself wills. This is at least the second time now you have alluded to volition, I remarked, scratching my head. Honestly, the thing in the cell didn't seem to have much control over itself. That's because it was agitated, O'Hara replied. As you'll see, Tomislav is more than capable of acting like a human. Dom Collini and I have both conversed with him many times. If I may, Father O'Hara, Collini interjected, perhaps now would be a good time for me to step in. O'Hara heaved a sigh. Go on, he said. As my colleague has already explained, Collini continued, the virus doesn't destroy the host cells so much as partially it transforms them. As a result, they remain in a kind of suspended animation, as it were. This is just as true of brain cells as it is of, well, any other type of cell. Thus, the vampire necessarily retains a capacity for language, cognition, thinking, and memory. Vampires were once living people, a neurochemical trace of which remains imprinted on the brain. What they completely lack, though, it seems, is the slightest capacity for emotion or moral conscience. Worse, they seem to derive some kind of sadistic stimulation or pleasure from killing, and it is precisely the desire for this pleasure, not just a hunger for food, that drives them to do so. One might say they like to play with their food, to toy with their prey. They delight in the hunt. They delight in instilling fear and causing pain. In a word, they are pure evil, O'Hara remarked. Collini nodded. Precisely, he said, and this is where my colleague's scientific acumen begins to falter. Many of the superstitions surrounding vampires are false. Do vampires cast a reflection? Of course they do. They are physical entities, but many of these superstitions are true. Most interestingly, the fact that vampires experience extreme distress at the mere sight of a cross or other blessed object. Holy water has the same physical properties as an unblessed water, but yes, it causes physical damage to a vampire's flesh. How can this be? You tell me, I replied dryly. My area of expertise is demons, Father Merchant, Collini said. Unlike vampires, which have weight, height, proportion, and the like, demons cannot be poked and prodded in a laboratory. But vampires are very much like demons in one crucial aspect. They are motivated by an unrelenting appetite for evil. I do not doubt that there's a biological dimension to that appetite, but it is not ultimately reducible to their physical constitution. Father O'Hara huffed slightly. Vampires cannot be monsters of the sort we routinely find in the animal kingdom, Collini continued, nor can the virus that brings them into existence be the mere result of an evolutionary mutation. Someone or something had to create that virus, and I am enough of a philosopher to know that it wasn't God. Then who was it? Father O'Hara spat in an irritated tone. The devil? Brothers, if I may, I said calmly, the one question that's not been addressed is, why am I here? I cannot dismiss anything that's been said without dismissing your obvious intelligence and sincerity, though I do not pretend to understand any of it, not a single iota, I am at least prepared to admit that the phenomenon to which you have introduced me is, in some sense, very real. But again, what could any of this possibly have to do with me? Father O'Hara's countenance darkened. Where there is a virus, there is a vaccine, he pronounced gravely. I eyed him suspiciously. You want me to find a cure for this? Not exactly, O'Hara replied. Father Michalski, our chief pathologist, has developed a trial vaccine. The Holy Father himself has directed you to review Michalski's work and evaluate the merits of testing it. Sebastian Michalski is in on this too? I thought to myself in exasperated wonder. God, is there anyone from Pontifical Academy of Sciences who isn't involved in this project? O'Hara produced a small envelope from his cassock and handed it to me. The papal seal was clearly visible on its face. Based on what you've told me, I said, opening the envelope, traditional vaccination models would scarcely seem feasible in a case such as this. As the document in your hand makes clear, said Don Collini, my role here is that of advocatus diabolos, and, apologies for the bad pun, I am obliged in that capacity to warn you that the ultimate cause of this phenomenon may be diabolical. What do you mean? I asked. I have personally witnessed dozens of demonic possessions, he replied. If it is possible for a demon to take control of a living, in-soul body, what is to stop it from doing the same thing to a corpse? And what if the virus is merely the physical mechanism by which this end is achieved? In that case, destroying the undead body does not vanquish the source of its reanimation. It merely frees it to do the same to another. This is where Dom Collini and I part ways, O'Hara remarked. The undead are not ensouled. They're killing machines that mimic the speech and behavior of living men. I make no objection to the prospect that Satan himself is the ultimate cause of vampirism, but I deny that vampires are merely possessed cadavers. Father Collini said it best. The hybridized cells are in suspended animation. They are neither living nor dead. If there was a way to eradicate the virus while simultaneously reviving the original cells, would this not be akin to reviving a patient in cardiac arrest? Father Collini turned to Father O'Hara. Such a patient is only momentarily dead, or rather not alive, Collini said brusquely. You yourself have studied vampires whose bodies are hundreds of years old. Have not the souls that once inhabited those bodies long since gone to God? Who are you to wrest those souls from him? That is for the Church to decide, not us, replied Father O'Hara with equal venom. But Father O'Hara, I interjected, surely the question is moot if the course you propose is impracticable. As you said, the only way to cure this virus would be to engineer antibodies that are capable of killing it while simultaneously recoding the genome of the original cells. How can such a thing be accomplished? Is that not akin to what we do with pluripotent cells in gene therapy, Father? He replied. In any case, this is precisely why you are here, to make this sort of determination. My colleagues and I have paved the way for you. I exhaled deeply and stared at the floor. So, does our friend Tomislav speak English? At my request, Father O'Hara brought up the window to Tomislav's cell and, with the push of a button, enabled the creatures to see the three of us standing beyond it. As before, the vampire was huddled on the floor in a pallid heap. Tomislav, I said through the intercom, I'm Father Merchant. He stirred slightly before angling his head slowly toward the window. The monstrous features I'd observed previously were gone, replaced by the visage of an ordinary man in his early 20s. My name is not Tomislav, the creature replied in a thick Balkan accent. I am Radovan Grubacic. Not anymore, said Father O'Hara to my left. I held up a hand to silence him. My apologies, Radovan, I said calmly. Do you know why you're here? The vampire leered at me and snickered menacingly. His eyes sparkled with malevolent intelligence. Do you know why you are here, priest? My understanding is that you have a disease, I replied. I'm here to determine how to help you. The snicker grew to an uproarious guffaw. Help me. Is that what you call this torture? You know it's for your own protection, I said. My understanding is that you've murdered many people. The laughter subsided. It is I who must be protected from your companions, the vampire said, pointing a long, thin finger at Fathers O'Hara and Collini. I noticed for the first time that his fingernails were razor-sharp talons. They have subjected me to unspeakable torments. Radovan, are you a vampire? I inquired plainly. I am an immortal, the creature shouted, springing limbly to its feet. I am the incarnation of the very thing you charlatans promise the ignorant masses only in death. Now you call it a disease and presume to cure me of it. Would you do the same for your Christ, I wonder? Father Collini produced a small crucifix from his robes and held it up toward the window. Stay where you are, he growled. The vampire recoiled with a sinister hiss. Why did you tell Father Merchant here what you did to your own children? Said Father O'Hara. The vampire resumed his snicker. The price of immortality is blood, it said to O'Hara. Is this not what your church teaches, you hypocrite? We're here in our capacity as scientists, I interjected. Our aim is to understand. Fine, then, the vampire replied, turning his dark, cold eyes to me. You understand survival of the fittest. This is the creed of your mortal science. Does the wolf murder the sheep, or does he merely do what is in the nature of all creatures to do? That is, survive. It's not in the nature of human beings to kill other innocent human beings, I retorted. The history of your race suggests otherwise. The difference is that unevolved human beings like you feel guilt and shame at what clearly comes quite naturally to you. We have transcended your weak, pitiful kind. Our destiny is to inherit the earth. Yours is extinction. Come, scientist. Surely you understand that there's no morality in nature, only strength and power. Perhaps it's wrong to say that the wolf murders the sheep, I replied. But does he enjoy stalking her? Does he take pleasure in her agony? Because, as I understand it, your kind is motivated by something more than a will to survive. You delight in killing. The vampire leered. Power is freedom. What human being does not seek freedom and find delight in the power that comes from it? I have been free from the shackles of your pathetic morality. My power lies in this. I am more human than you could ever possibly be. Father Collini took me and O'Hara aside. Before its transformation, the vampire was a 22-year-old farm laborer with little more than an elementary education. Oh, listen to how it talks. Putting aside the puzzling fact that it speaks English fluently, how could it possibly hold forth like this? I have engaged in many such disquisitions with demons. This is not the symptom of a disease. On the contrary, Don Collini, replied O'Hara. We know that the virus is capable of physically augmenting the biological architecture of its host. You yourself suggested that this includes the brain. Collini nodded. Observe, Father Merchant. He turned to the vampire. Dice in veritatem, spiritus infernalis est? Quid eludes, the vampire replied immediately. Non intelligio strepitus tuos. Collini turned back to Father O'Hara and me. So the virus is capable of teaching his host to speak Latin? O'Hara scoffed. Is it really so difficult to believe? Just look at everything the creature is capable of. You yourself witnessed it bite through its restraints and leap 10 feet in the air. I grow weary of these trifles, the vampire remarked from behind the window. Father O'Hara slammed his fist against one of the buttons on the wall. The vampire unleashed a hideous roar as the window closed. Enough, growled O'Hara. There are 2 options on the table here, both untested, and the Holy Father has ordered you to consider them, Father Merchant. That is what you must do. But what's the second option? I asked earnestly. The ritus exorcismus, replied Dom Collini. Which would, in all likelihood, destroy the subject, retorted O'Hara. We have 24 such subjects in our custody at present, said Collini. If everything you claim about them is accurate, then surely we can afford to sacrifice 1 or 2. Gentlemen, I interjected, I should like to speak with Father Michlewski. Unfortunately, he is not with us at the moment, O'Hara replied. He was attacked by a subject last week and is recovering from his injuries at Salvator Mundi. I'll direct you to his laboratory. We proceeded through a maze-like corridor and entered the room in question, a typical research lab of the sort found in universities and hospitals throughout the world. Father O'Hara picked up a large portfolio from one of the tables and handed it to me. All of Miss Leski's findings are here, he said. As I hinted at previously, the trial vaccine employs rapidly multiplying stem cells that have been genetically modified to destroy the virus and restore the original cells. Thus far, testing has only been conducted on individual cells. And what were the results? I inquired, skimming through the contents of the portfolio. The vaccine doesn't appear to destroy the virus so much as freeze it, O'Hara replied. In other words, it places the virus itself in suspended animation, thereby liberating the recoded human cells. And, just to be clear, no attempt has been made to exorcise the subjects, I asked. Father Collini shook his head. Not yet. After spending several minutes weighing the options in my head, I turned to my colleagues and sighed heavily. I believe we should test the vaccine on Mr. Grubicic. Not long thereafter, Father Antolini escorted me to my accommodations, where I spent a mostly sleepless night attempting to process the otherworldly ordeal I'd just endured. Early the following day I returned to the Institute, where Fathers O'Hara and Collini were waiting for me outside what appeared to be an operating theatre. The 3 of us dressed ourselves in surgical garb and sanitized accordingly. Inside the theatre was the vampire Tomislav, who had been somehow subdued, I dared not ask how, and chained to the operating table. The vampire thrashed about wildly and screamed a seemingly endless litany of curses at us. Father O'Hara produced a small vial from an adjacent refrigeration unit. This is the vaccine, he said through his mask. We'll be injecting 10 cc's directly into the subject's abdomen. Proceed, I muttered. O'Hara drew the syringe and turned to the vampire, whose belly, despite all the thrashing, was mostly holding still. Fuck you, priest, the vampire bellowed as O'Hara plunged the needle into its umbilicus and depressed the stopper. The vampire instantly fell silent and became stock still. Its face contorted into a look of confusion, its eyes rolling around maniacally in its skull. After a minute or so it fixed its gaze on Father O'Hara and whispered in Serbian, "Where am I? What's going on?" My colleagues and I looked at one another. A moment later, the creature erupted into a flood of agonized wails and resumed its thrashing with even greater intensity. Before my very eyes, hundreds of cyst-like growths began to appear over the entire length of its pale body. The growths started to swell and redden as they proliferated. In less than 30 seconds, they completely covered the vampire's body, obscuring and distorting his features beyond recognition. Some grew to the size of grapefruits. No sooner had I observed these things when the body in front of me exploded in a torrent of gore, the force of which knocked us clean off our feet. Rushing to wipe the blood and any tissue from our surgical visors, I saw that nothing remained of the body save a bubbling pile of bone, sinew, and torn flesh. The entire operating theatre was dripping with carnage, as were our own blood-soaked garments. For a moment everything was still, but the rivulets of gore slithering down the walls. We then heard something like a distant guttural moan that seemed to emanate from nowhere in particular. I immediately crossed myself, and my colleagues did the same. We exited the theatre in stunned silence, and did our best to unburden ourselves of the creature's remains. Taking several hours to recuperate, we reconvened in our original meeting spot, the library, and stared at each other wordlessly. "You are the scientists," Father Collini said, breaking the silence. "What happened?" "I really have no idea," I replied. "But if I had to guess, we just observed the most violent and aggressive instance of cancer in the history of creation." Father O'Hara said nothing. Turning to him, I noticed he was cradling his face in his hands and trembling slightly. "Father, are you all right?" I asked. There was no response. Father Collini and I looked at each other nervously. "Father O'Hara," Collini said, reaching out to place his hand on O'Hara's shoulder. And in an instant, O'Hara sprang forward from his seat with a piercing scream and grabbed Collini's forearm. I tumbled backwards from my seat. Just as I began to yell, O'Hara effortlessly pulled Collini across the table and flung him like a doll across the length of the room, his body crashing violently into the bookshelves. O'Hara's head turned toward me with a snap. In a matter of seconds, the pupils of his eyes narrowed to cat-like slits, the surrounding sclera turning a sickening shade of yellow, the incisors in his gaping mouth transforming into knife-like fangs. Moments later, the door of the library swung open and a cadre of soldiers in full armor swarmed the room. O'Hara emitted a nauseating hiss before the leader of the cadre fired what appeared to be a dart directly between his sulphurous eyes. Immediately, the priest dropped on the floor, motionless. Several soldiers rushed upon his body and shackled him. The soldier who'd fired the dart crouched down next to me and lifted his visor. "Are you okay, Father?" he asked with concern. His helmet was emblazoned with the insignia of the Pontificia Cohors Helvetica, the Swiss Guard. "See to Dom Collini," I stammered, gesturing weakly toward the other side of the library. And then everything faded to black. I woke sometime later in a small infirmary. Father Collini was sitting next to my bed, flanked by several Swiss Guards. He was bruised and disheveled, but otherwise no worse for wear. "You fainted, Father Merchant," he said calmly. I coughed and pulled myself into a sitting position. "Are you all right, Father?" "Fine." "And, Father O'Hara?" Collini sighed. "He is infected, transformed." "But how?" I asked, horrified. "He wasn't bitten." Collini shrugged slightly and glanced at the floor. "I believe my hypothesis has been vindicated," he said somberly. "The virus wasn't communicated to O'Hara by physical means. Whatever dark entity had been dwelling within the vampire was evicted upon the destruction of its body and immediately took up residence in our colleague. It is not the virus that causes the vampire, but the vampire, or rather its spirit, that causes the virus." "But if that's so—" "Yes," Collini interrupted. "The spirit must be cast out by exorcism. There's only one problem, and I'm afraid it's rather grave. While we were recovering from the episode with Tomislav, it appears that Father O'Hara surreptitiously administered the vaccine to all 24 of the vampires in this facility. Every single one of them has been destroyed." My jaw dropped. Then the spirits have been unleashed. No sooner had the words left my mouth than I began to hear a chorus of screams erupting from every corner of the Institute. The Swiss Guard drew their weapons, their heads darting frantically from left to right. Dom Collini and I looked at each other. "Run," he whispered. And what followed is a blur. Somehow I managed to escape and take shelter in the very hotel where I now write this account. Less than an hour later, I began to hear sirens blazing through the streets of Rome. The news was reporting that a biohazard incident had occurred at Vatican City, which has since gone into a complete lockdown. Regardless of what happens next, it's unlikely that the truth will be forthcoming, in which case I hope this account will find the light of day. As for me, however, I fear that one of the many demonic spirits that were unleashed in the bowels of the Vatican this morning has taken possession of me. I can slowly feel it squeezing my life away. The window of my room is open, looming 30 stories above the street. It beckons to me. Oh, I trust that God will forgive me for what I must do. I will not allow this demon to turn me. Part 2. It was a prematurely dark afternoon in Rome. 3 hours earlier, the Angelus bells were tolling solemnly over the rooftops. A fog as thick as stone had risen from the Tiber and woven itself like gossamer through the winding arteries of the city, draping it in damp, drizzling shadow. Deep in the noiseless sprawl of the apostolic palace, 2 priests sat silently in a gloomy antechamber, their eyes fixed on the enormous oaken door that loomed before them. The younger of the 2 was a Jesuit in his late 50s, a short, perfectly bald man with the spry, stocky build of a prizefighter beneath his black cassock. The brow over his thin metal spectacles was deeply furrowed, his eyes deep-set and steely. A jagged scar covered the entire length of his face from temple to chin. The other was a stooped, weather-beaten old man cloaked in the austere robes of a Dominican friar, his sunken cheeks fringed by snow-white whiskers. What remained of his powdery hair curled in ringlets around his black succhetto. After some time, the Jesuit turned to his companion and grinned. "So, what are you in for?" he inquired in a deep Slavic baritone, his eyes twinkling mischievously. The old friar smirked. "I see you haven't lost your sense of humor, Father Myslewski." "One needs a sense of humor in this line of work, Dom Collini," he replied, clapping the friar chummily on his knee. Collini chuckled despite himself. "Indeed, and also patience," he remarked, glancing at his wristwatch. "You'd think the church would have learned to keep to a schedule after 2,000 years. Just then, the door began to open. "Speak of the devil," Myslewski mused sardonically. A young priest emerged from the shadows beyond the door, his face pale in the half-light. "Reverend Fathers," he said, extending a thin hand, "please come with me." The 2 men looked at each other apprehensively and rose from their seats. Following behind the young priest, they entered a cavernous, candle-lit room, its walls cloaked from floor to ceiling with bright medieval tapestries. Sitting behind a long, ornately carved table near the center of the room were 3 cardinals. The one in the center, a tall, stern-looking African with fiery eyes and a severe jaw, gestured at 2 adjacent chairs. "Fathers," he said in a booming voice that echoed throughout the room. The cardinal to his left was a rotund, cherub-like man with a double chin that jiggled over his pectoral cross. The other was a slender, middle-aged man with hawk-like eyes and thin, tightly pressed lips. The 2 priests crossed the room, making to kiss the cardinal's rings. The imposing African raised his hand abruptly. "No need for the formalities today," he thundered. "Please, take a seat." The priests did as he requested, Collini placing his hands in his lap, Myslewski folding his muscular arms across his chest. The young priest who'd escorted them into the room took his place at a nearby desk equipped with what appeared to be a tape recorder. "I am Cardinal Boniface Ngoa of the Congregation of the Doctrine of the Faith. To my right is Cardinal Picciarelli, who's appearing on behalf of the Signatura. To my left is Cardinal Michelet from the Secretariat of State. We've been appointed by His Eminence Cardinal Boccinello to conduct this hearing, which shall be recorded by my assistant, Father Spizzi. Now, revered fathers, Please be so kind as to state your names and positions for the record." Collini and Myslevsky glanced at each other nervously. "Don't look at me," Myslevsky muttered. "You're the one that got us into this mess." Collini scowled at his companion before turning to the cardinals and clearing his throat noisily. "Your Eminence," he said, "I'm Father Paolo Collini, friar of the Ordo Predictorium and professor of medieval history at the Pontifical University of St. Thomas Aquinas." "And?" replied Cardinal Ngoa forcefully. Collini sighed. "And also chief exorcist and chair of the Department of Demonology in the Pontifical Institute of Occult Studies." "And you, Father?" said Ngoa, turning to Myslevsky. "The whole truth, if you please." "Sebastian Myslevsky, Your Eminence," his companion intoned gruffly. "Society of Jesus, professor of pathology at La Sapienza, chief pathologist of the Institute's biological division." "Thank you, Reverend Fathers," Cardinal Ngoa said, rifling through an enormous portfolio that was laid out on the desk before him. "Now, as you are aware, we're here to discuss the incident that took place on September 27th of this year. You should know that we have already interviewed the half-dozen or so other witnesses who managed to survive this incident, as well as other personnel from the Institute who were fortunate enough to be absent when it occurred. We have also conducted an extremely thorough and highly classified investigation into the activities of the Institute, including a painstaking review of your late colleague Father O'Hara's research. Needless to say, all of this has come as a colossal shock to those members of the Curia who have been made privy to our findings." Collini and Myslevsky glanced at each other again, with palpable anxiety. The corpulent Cardinal Michelet chuckled slightly. "This is an understatement," he remarked in a simpering voice. "We cannot begin to comprehend what a monumental disaster this has been for the Secretariat of State. We are no strangers to scandals and cover-ups, but the lengths we've had to go to clean up this particular mess have been nothing short of Herculean. Oh, I shudder to think how worse the situation would be had Father Merchant's letter ended up in the wrong hands. Fortunately, we've managed to spin the incident as a freak scientific mishap. For the time being at least, this spin is being accepted by the public and the wider church." "Not to dismiss my colleague's concerns," said Cardinal Picciarelli, "but PR is the least of our worries at present. Over and above the 16 documented fatalities, there are at least a dozen Vatican personnel who remain unaccounted for and are presumed to be at large. This includes Father Merchant, whose whereabouts have been unknown since the gendarmerie discovered his letter at the Hotel Borghese." "Father Merchant is alive?" stammered Don Collini, incredulously. "We are asking the questions here, Father," bellowed Cardinal Ngoa. "You are reputed to have performed more exorcisms than any living man of the cloth. How is it, then, that none of the exorcists known to the congregation of the doctrine of the faith have ever heard of you in this capacity? As far as we're aware, only a handful of exorcisms have taken place under the Church's imprimatur since the Second Vatican Council. You were not consulted by any of the parties involved in these cases. Is that correct?" "Yes," Dom Collini replied with a sigh. "The fellows of the Institute are bound by a strict oath of secrecy that we have scrupulously maintained for 8 centuries. "Is this true, Father Myslevsky?" Ngoa asked. "You know it is, Your Eminence," Myslevsky replied tersely. "You've already gone through our archives with a finely toothed comb." Ngoa frowned menacingly. "Regardless, I want these things stated for the record," he said through gritted teeth. "The Church's official position was, and is, that vampires do not exist. Yet the Institute has been tussling with them for centuries. Among the volumes we found in your collection is a manuscript from the 12th century entitled De Vampiris et aliis Daemonis Incarnati. Are you familiar with it, Dom Collini?" Collini shrugged. Of course. It was written by Berengar of Guzon, the principal associate of the Institute's founder, Saint Alethius of Chartres. And the text describes vampires as corpses that have been reanimated by infernal powers to wreak havoc on the living, correct? Ngoa asked. Yes, Collini replied. And does it explain when, where, and how these creatures first came into existence? Collini nodded. Berengar notes correctly that tales of vampire-like beings have figured in countless folk traditions from time immemorial. Nonetheless, he speculates that the first true vampire was a Jewish apostate from the Second Temple period named Simeon ben Simeon. According to several Kabbalistic texts, he was evidently a rabbi who had been anathematized for dabbling in necromancy and other occult practices. Berengar claims that Ben Simeon successfully conjured a demon called Yofil, to whom he offered his soul in exchange for the eternal youth. The demon proceeded to wrest his soul and take possession of his body. What do you mean by wrest his soul? Cardinal Picciarelli inquired pointedly. Simply put, it killed the rabbi and forcibly evacuated his spirit, presumably to hell, Collini replied. So, this incarnate demon proceeded to prey upon the living, thereby creating new vampires? Ngoa asked. Father Collini sighed and shook his head. We do not know exactly. In addition to infernal pacts, Berengar believed that those who are bitten or otherwise attacked by vampires can become vampires in turn. For the most part, this aligns with our research, as you surely know by now. It's not entirely clear to us, however, why some of the vampire's victims transform and others do not. It has to do with an enzyme that's produced through the fangs, Myslevsky interjected. Ngoa raised his hand. I will speak to you presently, Father Myslevsky, he snapped. Kindly wait your turn. Now, Don Collini. The text claims that vampires can be destroyed by means of fire, sunlight, decapitation, and destruction of the heart. Is this correct? Yes, Collini replied, although the heart can only be successfully destroyed with a stake constructed of ashwood. Why ashwood? Asked Cardinal Michelet, puzzlingly. Collini shrugged. We don't know. In the legends, ash is one of many trees from which the true cross is reputed to have been fabricated. This is as good an explanation as any. Vampires are also vulnerable to Euphorbium millii, the plant associated with the crown of thorns, as well as silver. The latter weakness has long been associated with Judas Iscariot's betrayal of Christ, although, as Father Myslevsky can attest, there appears to be biochemical factors involved as well. In any case, Ngoa continued, vampires can be destroyed, and this has been the Church's preferred method for dealing with them for centuries, yes? Collini nodded. And who exactly was responsible for doing this? Ngoa asked. In the year 1156, Pope Adrian IV directed Saint Alethius to form a secret army of vampire slayers under the auspices of the Institute. Thus was founded the Ordo Melutum Sacri Cordis, the Order of Knights of the Sacred Heart, a secret cadre of warrior priests. In the 16th century, the order was reconstituted as a secret division of the Pontifical Swiss Guard. Does the order remain active? In 1967, Pope Paul VI directed the Institute to adopt its present policy, Collini replied. Which is what exactly? Inquired Cardinal Michelet. To conduct scientific research on captured vampires, said Collini with a shrug. Members of the order have been responsible for doing the capturing. They also serve as the Institute's gendarme. But Dom Collini, Ngoa intoned gravely, if vampires are demons, then surely the Church has seen fit to exorcise them, yes? Collini averted his gaze. No, he replied sheepishly. Ngoa's brow furrowed. Why not? because until recently the prevailing view has been that vampirism is a largely biological phenomenon with a largely biological solution," Myslevsky interjected. "All right, Father Myslevsky," Ngoa replied with a heaving sigh. "Oh, let's talk about that. Your late colleague, Father O'Hara, was the first to discover that vampirism is caused by a virus or a virus-like pathogen, correct?" "He did not propose a theory," Myslevsky said, "but he was the first to confirm it experimentally, under laboratory conditions." "And you yourself have been responsible for developing a medicinal treatment for this illness?" Ngoa asked. "My team and I, yes," Myslevsky replied. Ngoa nodded. "Oh, by the way," he said with feigned precipitance, "how did you come by that terrible scar on your face?" Myslevsky squared his jaw. "I was attacked by a subject," he replied. "The damn thing tore me to pieces with his claws." "And that is why you were not present during the events of September?" "That's right," Myslevsky said. "I was in hospital at the time." "I see," Ngoa said with a nod. "At any point previously were any of the subjects in your custody intentionally or unintentionally destroyed?" "Yes," Myslevsky replied. "During the first 10 or so years of the project, several studies were undertaken to confirm traditional claims regarding the vampire's weaknesses, as well as to investigate its hemophagic diet. That was before my and O'Hara's time, however. In the 15 years that we'd been involved, all subjects were meticulously preserved." "Just to be clear," Ngoa continued, "your considered judgment prior to the events in question was that vampirism can only be transmitted by physical means, yes?" "That was my position, yes," Myslevsky replied. "And once a trial vaccine was developed, the Holy Father summoned Father Merchant from Washington for purposes of weighing the merits of testing it." "That's right," Myslevsky said. "Had you not been indisposed," interjected Cardinal Michelet, "I take it that you would have sided with Father O'Hara and agreed with Father Merchant's verdict." "No question," Myslevsky stated decisively. "I had absolutely no reason to anticipate these consequences. To this very day, I still have no idea how to account for them." "But you and Father O'Hara both agreed that vampirism is, to some extent at least, an infernal phenomenon," Cardinal Picciarelli added. "Why then did you not favor Dom Collini's recommended course of action?" Myslevsky glowered at the Cardinal. "Our position was that the N1PH virus causes human beings to transform into demons, not the other way round, in which case exorcism would most likely accomplish nothing but the subject's destruction. A medical intervention, in contrast, stood to eradicate the virus and restore the human host to life." "Or so you thought," replied Ngoa brusquely. "You say you have no idea why the vaccine backfired in such a spectacular manner." Myslevsky looked away and shook his head weakly. "Well then," Ngoa huffed, "do you have any idea why multiple individuals, including Father O'Hara and, we presume, Father Merchant, ended up being infected despite the fact that none of them were physically attacked by subjects?" Ngoa asked. "There's no scientific explanation for it," Myslevsky said in a defeated tone. Ngoa grinned smugly. "If I may return to you, Dom Collini," he said, "is it not your position that the destruction of the subject's physical form is what facilitated the transmission of the virus?" "Yes," Collini agreed. "My theory is that N1PH is merely a particular modality of demonic possession. It is the mechanism by which certain species of disembodied spirits prey upon us. When the bodies of the undead are destroyed, this essentially liberates the spirits in question, thereby allowing them to infect others." Ngoa shook his head confusedly. "But you yourself said earlier that the Church has been hunting and killing vampires for centuries. Were there any known instances of the virus being transmitted in this manner before now?
Not as far as I or anyone else knows, Collini replied with a shrug. According to Berengar, the souls of innocent people who have been murdered by vampires go to God, whereas when the vampire is destroyed, the vampiric entity returns to hell, just as other demons do when they are exorcised from the bodies of the living.
All right, Ngoa said. If I may shift gears for a moment, Dom Collini, can you state in your own words what transpired following the destruction of the vampire known as Tomislav, and the subsequent transformation of Father O'Hara?
Collini shuddered despite himself. As Father Merchant stated in his testimony, members of the Swiss Guard heard a commotion in the library and, upon entering it, proceeded to subdue Father O'Hara, or rather, what used to be Father O'Hara, according to our standard methods. They then tended to my injuries and took Father Merchant, who had fainted, to the infirmary. Not long thereafter, we discovered that O'Hara had administered the vaccine to all of 24 subjects in custody, all of whom met the same fate as Tomislav. I informed Father Merchant of this once he had regained consciousness.
And it was at this point you began to hear screams throughout the facility, yes?
Yes, Collini said in a faltering voice. Father Merchant fled at my urging. I then rushed out to the hallway alongside the team of guards, where we immediately beheld several other guards firing their weapons at Institute personnel who had evidently become vampires.
Who gave you the command to employ incendiary weapons against the creatures?
Cardinal Michelet inquired. Captain Ossing, on my recommendation, Collini replied.
And why did you make such a recommendation at that particular juncture?
Collini studied his shoes pensively. I don't quite know. Many scholars in the tradition have argued that fire is the most potent and decisive weapon in the Slayer's arsenal. Perhaps I was thinking this in the back of my mind.
And was this course of action successful?
Cardinal Picciarelli asked. We successfully neutralized 8 vampires, as you know, Collini replied.
Well, at least a dozen appeared to have escaped, including the former Father O'Hara, Ngoa countered. Is it not so?
Collini fixed a steely-eyed gaze at Ngoa. It is, he replied quietly. But
what?
Ngoa growled. No further infections have occurred in Vatican City since that day, Your Eminence. Ngoa pursed his lips and nodded.
And you think the flamethrowers are responsible for this?
Your guess is as good as mine, Reverend Cardinal, Collini replied with a shrug. Ngoa sunk into his chair and stared up at the towering ceiling.
Here's where we are now, he said. All, or virtually all, of the facts on the ground, including the existence of the Institute itself, have been suppressed, at least for the time being. Obviously, many more are privy to them now than were before, but only within the steepest reaches of the hierarchy. The Holy Father will review the findings of this hearing alongside all the others and arrive at a determination regarding our next step. I must tell you, though, that he already has certain predilections.
He intends to shutter the Institute, Myślewski volunteered. Ngoa shook his head.
On the contrary, he replied. The Holy Father believes that this incident may bespeak a novel and wholly unprecedented diabolical threat. For this reason, he favors the re-establishment of the Order of the Knights of Sacred Heart and the immediate resumption of full-time vampire hunting. If this is what he ultimately directs us to do, it'll fall upon you and other senior members of the Institute, as well as your compatriots in the Swiss Guard, to see that his wishes are fulfilled. Your first priority will be locating the missing, particularly Father Merchant.
Collini and Myślewski turned toward each other with wide eyes and mouths ajar.
That is all, fathers, Ngoa pronounced gravely. Vade cum Dio.
Father Simon Merchant stepped out onto the small balcony of his room at the Hotel Borghese, which loomed some 30 stories above the bustling Via Crescenzio below. Trembling and drenched in sweat, the priest closed his eyes, crossed himself, and plunged headlong into the brisk night air. In an instant, everything went black. Much to his startled chagrin, Father Merchant realized that he was still conscious. "I'm dead," he thought to himself in the void of his mind. "That remains to be seen," replied an ethereal voice almost immediately. With growing awareness of the feeling of his body, Father Merchant slowly opened his eyes to a brilliant night sky. A chilly breeze swept over his supine form, rippling his cassock. From somewhere far below he could hear the sound of traffic. Pulling himself erect, the priest surveyed his surroundings with awe-struck eyes. He was on the roof of St. Peter's Basilica. "I hope you're not afraid of heights," the ghostly voice said behind him. Turning his head with a snap, Father Merchant saw a beautiful, statuesque woman in a billowing snow-white trench coat. Her blonde hair whipped wildly around her porcelain face. What? Merchant stammered weakly. The woman crouched down and fixed her piercing blue eyes on him, the sides of her mouth curling into a radiant smile. She placed a hand on his trembling shoulder and, all at once, he felt nothing but warmth and calm. "I am Shimushel," she said, her voice now clear and distinct. "Are you, an angel?" She laughed, giving Merchant a wink. "I suppose that is what you call us. Now be still and listen. The evil that has befallen you is lifted." She gestured to her left, where Merchant spied a vaporous, coal-black cloud hovering in mid-air above the precipice. Merchant's jaw dropped. "This is the shed, the demon as you call it, that dwelled within you, seeking your destruction. Had you gone through with your plan, it would have exited your lifeless body and immediately taken possession of the nearest passerby. My master has seen fit to prevent this from happening." "You mean God?" Merchant said in a near whisper. Shimushel nodded. "But why?" "Because your work is not yet finished," she replied. "My master gives you this choice. Obey his will and live, or deny him and die." "Why me? What does he want from me?" Merchant sputtered. The angel glanced at the cloud-like spectre. "The enemy is abroad, yet something has changed. What you have witnessed is new," she said. "You are among those who have been chosen to wage war against it." "I don't understand," Merchant replied, utterly beside himself. "It was no mistake that the church summoned you," the angel continued. "You will understand why in time, but now you must make your choice. A covenant has been offered. Should you enter it, the wage is life, and the cost is service. My master, for his part, will always be at your side in this. If you decline, the wage is death, but you shall not suffer the torments of hell, only the eternal pangs of your own conscience. The master has said, no greater love is there than to lay down one's life for a friend. You are his friend if you keep his commands." "Tell me what I must do," Merchant beseeched. "You must go from this place and abide for 40 days, during which time you will receive further counsel. You shall not speak to any mortal soul. You shall speak only to God and his messengers. Do you accept?" Father Merchant stared into the angel's face through tear-filled eyes. With slow deliberation, he crossed himself and exhaled deeply. All around him, the night sparkled and shone. "I am the servant of the Lord," he whispered. "Be it done to me according to his will." Following Collini's and Myslewski's inquest, a terrific storm erupted in the skies of Rome. Rain fell in buckets upon the streets as scores of pedestrians rushed to take shelter or to return to their homes. Among them was a young Carmelite nun named Sister Immaculata, who was en route to her chapter house when the storm descended. Pulling her black mantle over her habit, she ducked quickly into an alley where she found refuge from the downpour in a damp alcove. In the momentary flash of lightning, she saw what appeared to be a priest standing on the other side of the alley. "Father!" she shouted over the din of the storm. Motionless and obscured by shadow, the priest said nothing. A moment later he began to pace slowly toward her across the flooding cobblestones. The priest stopped, standing close enough to the nun that she could hear his raspy breathing, but far enough away that his face remained concealed. When the lightning flashed again, Sister Immaculata's eyes widened and her mouth fell open into a silent scream. The glowing yellow eyes and gleaming razor-like fangs that appeared before her were the last things she would ever see with human eyes. All across the Eternal City that night, the sewers would run red with innocent blood. Part 3. Texts and Visions. From the Times of London, 3rd of February. Rome. 6 additional victims have been identified in the latest of a string of disappearances and brutal homicides that have been terrorizing the Italian capital for nearly 5 weeks. According to a joint statement from the municipal police, the Polizia di Stato, and the Carabinieri, law enforcement officials are redoubling their efforts to investigate the crimes, which have thus far resulted in at least 16 disappearances and 27 confirmed slayings. The body of the first known victim, a 30-year-old nun named Sister Immaculata Bruno, was discovered in early January. As of this morning, there are no firm leads. On a cold but otherwise calm February evening, a pair of carabinieri were just about to complete their shift when they received a call from dispatch reporting a disturbance and possible break-in at the Church of St. Hilary in the Trastevere district. Officer Angioni, the senior of the two, rolled his eyes and heaved an annoyed sigh. "The hell with this," he said to his partner, Fiorelli. "I just want to grab a sandwich and go home to bed already." "Yeah, it's probably just some crazy bum, drunk off his ass," Fiorelli replied. "Let's get it over with." Arriving at the church a few minutes later, the officers encountered a nervous-looking priest pacing outside the door of the rectory. Upon seeing them, he rushed forward. "Officers," he sputtered, pointing to the adjacent church. "There's someone in there." "Okay, just calm down, Father," replied Angioni, placing his hands on the priest's shoulders. "Are you the one who phoned this in?" "Yes," the priest replied with unabated agitation. "I am the pastor here. I was awakened by loud sounds in the church, banging sounds, crashing, glass breaking. Oh, please help." Okay, said Angioni calmly. "Just go back inside and we'll check it out." After following up with dispatch, the two carabinieri gingerly entered the church. "Police!" they bellowed in unison, drawing their sleek black berettas and surveying the darkened sanctuary with their torches. Almost immediately the narrow beams of light revealed a shadowy figure crouched down near the altar. Though its back was turned to them, they could see it was clothed in the garb of a nun. "Identify yourself," Angioni yelled. Stepping slowly down the center aisle, the two officers noticed that the church was an utter shambles, the marble floor littered with shards of glass and porcelain. The figure stood motionless and said nothing. Halting a few paces from it, Angioni and Fiorelli repeated their command with greater force. With blinding suddenness, the figure wheeled around and jumped to its feet. The inhuman face that appeared in the light of the torches was smeared with blood, its yellow eyes blazing, its fanged maw dripping with gore. To their utter horror, the officers saw it was clutching the mutilated body of an infant in its claw-like hands, the tiny head of which had been nearly ripped from its shoulders. The sudden motion of the thing before them issued a sickening spray of blood, Just as it began to emit a piercing shriek, the two carabinieri frantically unloaded their pistols, the church erupting in a thunderous cacophony of bullets. The impact of the shots pummeled the creature, launching its body backwards into the altarpiece. The mangled corpse from its hands took flight and crashed a hideous splat somewhere in the shadows. "What the fuck? What the fuck?" Fiorelli stammered, his pistol trembling violently. Only slightly less rattled, Angione took a few cautious steps toward the creature, which lay crumpled and motionless in a heap below the altar. Just as he reached down, its eyes shot open and, with a monstrous hiss, it grabbed his collar and pulled him downward with one hand. With otherworldly speed, the other hand tore into Angione's throat just below the chin, the talons of its fingers emerging seconds later from between his lips and curling into a grip. All at once the hand jerked backwards, wrenching the policeman's lower jaw clean from his skull with a sound like ripping paper. A grisly torrent of blood erupted from the void as his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. Fiorelli's eyes had barely had a chance to widen when the creature fell upon him nose to nose, his torch and sidearm clattering against the floor. Locking its gnarled fingers around his waist, the thing catapulted him straight up into the ceiling of the church, his head exploding like a melon against the stone buttresses. Moments later, the body returned to earth with a wet thud, its ruined skull showering nearby pews with brain and bones. In the candle-smoke gloom of the sanctuary, the creature snickered fiendishly, its formerly white habit stained with the darkest of reds. "Dona nobis pacem," it croaked through bloody lips. From the Washington Post, 3rd of January. Rome. Vatican City officials report that Father Simon Merchant, a well-known virologist and erstwhile professor at Georgetown University, remains missing following a biohazard incident that took place at a Vatican laboratory in September. According to spokespersons for Georgetown and the Archdiocese of Washington, Merchant was visiting Rome on unspecified business at the time of the incident, having been summoned by the Secretary General of his religious order, the Society of Jesus, in late August. Although specific details of the nature and cause of the incident are scarce, the Vatican has confirmed at least 8 fatalities, including the renowned microbiologist Gerard O'Hara, late of Trinity University in Dublin, who was awarded the Nobel Prize for Physiology 2 years previously. Olivia Norcross had been waiting outside the Department of Microbiology for nearly 45 minutes when an administrative assistant finally ushered her into the interim chair's office. She was a prim, unassuming woman of 27, with sable hair and olive complexion. Unconventionally attractive, even beautiful, despite the heavy toll taken by overwork and chronic lack of sleep. A brilliant graduate student of considerable promise, she had, until recently, been Simon Merchant's protégé and star pupil, overseeing nearly a dozen clinical studies and clocking in countless hours in Merchant's lab. In the wake of his mysterious disappearance, she felt herself rudderless and adrift, inching closer and closer to a thorough unraveling. Merchant wasn't simply her mentor and role model, he was practically a surrogate father. Though she was an unrelenting atheist who could not reconcile Merchant's scientific genius with his penchant for superstition, her respect, indeed her fondness for the priest, was limitless and unqualified. Merely thinking of his messy mop of salt and pepper hair and cayenne brown eyes almost brought her to tears. She was worried sick about him. The chair, a short, disheveled man with a blousy comb-over, met her at the door and invited her to take a seat. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Miss Norcross," he said with a note of exhaustion, plopping down behind his desk. "What can I do for you?" Olivia placed her weather-beaten bag on the floor next to her, straightened her posture, and folded her hands politely in her lap. "Thanks for making time for me, Dr. Davis," she replied. "I know how busy you are." Davis dismissed this remark with a blasé wave of his hand. "I just wanted to touch base with you about Father Merchant." Olivia continued. It's been months now, and me and the other lab rats are still totally in the dark. Well, on top of that, no one's really been providing us with any direction, so we're just kind of flailing about at the moment. I don't know, I was hoping you could provide some kind of clarification. Davis stared at her with a bored, unblinking gaze. Well, he said, I don't know what to tell you exactly. I've stepped in as chair. Dr. Gibbons has taken over at McClellan. Classes have been reassigned. Sorry, she interrupted, but it's not... She closed her eyes and heaved a frustrated sigh. Look, who is bottom-lining this situation exactly? The Jesuits? The Vatican? The Italian police? Interpol? Who? Davis contorted his lips into an exaggerated frown and shrugged slightly. Well, he replied, my understanding is that the Society and the Archdiocese are liaising with the Vatican. Okay, Olivia huffed, but what are they saying? The chair remained lackadaisical. That they've been working with the Italian police to locate Father Merchant. Well, thus far unsuccessfully. And are there any leads? Olivia replied with palpable desperation. Not that I know of, said Davis, shrugging disinterestedly. Oh, Jesus Christ, Olivia spat, slapping her hands noisily against the arms of the chair. Are they even trying that hard? One of the world's top microbiologists just, vanished into thin air. Does anyone even care? Davis screwed his eyes shut and rubbed his temples. Look, he said with a sigh, I understand your concern, I really do. Believe me, everyone around here feels the same way. We're taking it very seriously. Could have fooled me, Olivia sneered under her breath. But there really isn't anything else we can do, he continued. It's out of our hands. Olivia shook her head in obvious frustration. Right. Okay, she replied brusquely. Thanks. Yeah, thanks for wasting my time, asshole, Olivia thought to herself as she left the office. You know what? Screw this. I'm going to Rome. Simon Merchant awoke in the one-room cottage whence he had suddenly and inexplicably appeared 14 days earlier. Built of stone and thatch, it was outfitted with little more than a table and chair, a simple straw bed, and a wood-burning stove. There was no electricity. Water had to be drawn from a well, and whenever nature called, the priest was compelled to answer in the ramshackle commode just outside the door. The cottage was set in the center of a bleak, treeless plain that sprawled for untold miles in every direction before disappearing into the faraway mountains on the horizon. Such as they were, the surrounding flora and fauna hinted vaguely at Italy or Spain, though it could just as well have been New Mexico for all that Merchant was able to determine. Despite the total absence of civilization, to say nothing of human beings, fresh supplies of food, fuel, and clothing inexplicably appeared on his doorstep every morning. He'd already tried several times to remain awake long enough to greet his nocturnal visitors, but on every occasion, as if by some enchantment, he'd always ended up succumbing to sleep. Attempts at exploration were equally futile, given the sheer expanse of the plain and the steepness of the distant mountains that ringed it like a castle wall. Apart from the miraculous provisions, Merchant had received no signs from God, nor any other being for that matter, save for the episodic sound of an ethereal voice that whispered, "Watch and pray." By this point, Merchant had settled on the notion that every waking moment of the last 5 months of his life, up to and including the present one, was nothing but an elaborate delusion. In other words, that he had completely and utterly lost his mind. As he'd done for the past several mornings, he silently assured himself that none of this was real, that it was all in his head, that the actual Merchant was almost certainly thrashing about in a cushioned room somewhere in Washington. Sane or insane, however, what troubled the priest the most was the thought of friends and loved ones, chief among them his assistant, Olivia, and his aged, ailing father, the only family he had left in the world. Just knowing how much they must be suffering in the wake of his disappearance shrouded his soul with a cloud of guilt. As he lay staring at the thatch-strewn ceiling above, Merchant's mind drifted towards the memory of a conversation he'd had with Olivia, one of the last before his ill-fated journey to Rome. As they were finishing up in the lab one afternoon, he'd noticed her staring at him with an intense, searching look. "What's up?" he inquired with an amused smile. Olivia looked away, her brow furrowing. "Can I, ask you something?" she replied. "Shoot," he said, folding his arms. "Do you really believe all that religious bullshit?" she asked pointedly after a beat. Merchant's eyebrows raised with surprise. Well, he knew that Olivia was a skeptic, an atheist even, but she had never once broached the topic of religion in their nearly 4 years of collaboration, and he, for his part, had followed suit. "Wow," he replied in a flummoxed tone. "Didn't see that coming on this particular afternoon." She returned her gaze to him. "I'm sorry," she said earnestly. I don't get it. I came to Georgetown to work with you, specifically you, because you're the most brilliant microbiologist on the entire freaking planet." "Flattery will get you nowhere, Miss Norcross," Merchant interjected with a dismissive chuckle. "I'm being serious here, Simon," she continued with heightened insistence. "How can someone as smart as you possibly go in for all that garbage? I mean, why in the hell are you even a priest?" Merchant heaved a sigh, his eyes darkening. It's complicated," he said with a hint of frustration, pulling himself off the bench he'd been sitting on. "It's later. I don't know if I have the stomach for this right now." "I'm sorry," Olivia replied. "I didn't mean—" Merchant silenced her with a wave. "It's okay," he intoned calmly. "Really, you're totally within your rights to ask. I mean, if the tables were turned, I'd be wondering about it too. Now's not a good time." "Okay," she muttered weakly, a slight blush betraying embarrassment. Merchant smiled knowingly. "Look," he said, "we've been working together for a long time. I don't have any problem admitting to you that it's an issue for me, my faith, my vocation as a priest. Has been for a long time. I'm not sure what I believe anymore, and it's very, very difficult, and I'm trying to figure it all out, but you have to understand that this is very personal, and it's not something I'm ready to discuss with you or, well, frankly, anyone." Olivia stared at him with pitying eyes. "Can I just ask, does anyone else know about this?" Olivia replied. "This is the first time I've said it aloud outside a confessional," Merchant said. "Come on, let's get out of here." Returning to his present reality, Merchant felt tears lightly welling. "This is why I've lost my mind," he thought to himself. "The struggle between faith and doubt has literally torn it apart." And all at once a new and different voice intruded his sad reverie. "Are you so bored that you're telling yourself stories to pass time?" The voice mused from somewhere at once both near and far. It was male with the slightest hint of an accent. No longer fazed by such occurrences, Merchant groaned and pulled a pillow over his face. "This is not real," he insisted to himself. Just then the door of the cottage swung open, flooding the room with milky morning light. Pushing the pillow away just enough to peek through one eye, Merchant spied a tall figure stepping across the threshold. His appearance sent startled jolts down Merchant's spine. "It can't be," the priest gasped inside his head. The figure before him was a roguishly handsome man in his early 40s, a halo of dark hair ringing his otherwise bald pate, his sharp features set in relief against a short, well-trimmed beard. He wore the cassock of a Jesuit, or be one whose cut and shape belonged to the 16th century. Merchant's recognition was instantaneous. "My God," he said in whispered, complete amazement. "You're Ignatius Loyola." The man kicked the dust from his shoes and took a few more steps into the room. His mouth curled into a grin, his dark eyes twinkling. "Hello, my name is Inigo Loyola. Prepare to pray," he said, eyeing Merchant expectantly. When the latter failed to respond, the man frowned. "Oh, come on," he said with faux exasperation. Haven't you ever seen The Princess Bride? The big guy upstairs is a huge fan. He never gets tired of that gag. Merchant blinked, his mouth agape. Oh, tough crowd, the man said with a mirthful laugh, producing what appeared to be a cigar from the folds of his cassock. Is this thing on? Who the hell? Merchant stammered. The man placed the cigar between his lips, and with a snap of his fingers, it magically ignited. They were going to send Alethius, but I protested, he said, taking a deep drag. Never send a Carthusian to do a Jesuit's work, especially when there are Jesuit asses on the line. He exhaled a billowing cloud of redolent smoke. And if it's a Jesuit you're going to send, well, you could do certainly worse than the founder of the order, right? It's official, Merchant said to himself. I am completely, totally and certifiably insane. The man chuckled. Oh, come on now, he said with a playful click of his tongue. Quit feeling sorry for yourself and get the hell out of that bed. It's a beautiful day and you must join me for a walk. From Berengar of Guisons, De Vampiris et Taleis Demonis Incarnati, on vampires and other embodied demons, translated from the Latin by Father Paolo Collini, O.P. Let him who is wise guard himself against the vampire's cunning. Like all who dwell in the abode of the adversary, it is a deceiver without peer. Exploiting mortal weakness, it will stop at nothing to confound the children of God and lay waste to their souls. Though it expertly mimics the speech, action, and even character of its victim, do not be fooled by this canard. The victim's soul has long since fled its body. Only the demon remains. It is said that the progenitor of all vampires was the sorcerer Ben Simeon, the defiler of the covenant, the corrupter of the law, the satanic invert of Moses and all of the patriarchs of Israel. From fear of death, he abandoned the God who had freed his people from bondage and elevated them above all nations. Instead, he placed his trust in Yophiel, the demon of vanity, who claimed dominion over his body and consigned his soul to the eternal fire. To this day, the vampire walks the earth, forever slaking its insatiable lust for blood. Sebastian Myslewski hammered his fist against the door impatiently, sending a thunderous echo through the gloomy halls of the Dominican priory of Santa Sabina. "Father Collini," he bellowed, "are you in there?" From behind the door, Myslewski could hear a television blaring loudly. "Oh!" an announcer proclaimed, followed by the sound of a roaring crowd. "Damn it all!" growled someone within. The television went silent, replaced by scraping footfalls, and a moment later, the door opened. They completely blew it," Father Collini spat, his neck draped in the blue and white scarf of the Lazio football club. "Aye, and against Roma, no less. Gave up 3 goals, those bums." "I assume you're referring to some kind of athletic competition," Myslewski replied sardonically. "My condolences. I know how emotional you plebeians tend to get over such things." Collini frowned and shook his head. "Chirrut," he muttered, stepping aside. Myslewski folded his hands behind his back and entered the tiny, dust-covered cell, its floors and furniture littered with books. Collini removed his scarf and tossed it onto the bed with a mournful sigh. "The Holy Father has arrived at a decision, I presume," he said. Myslewski nodded, taking a seat on one of the few amenable chairs. "You and I, as well as Ortega and Goyen, have been summoned to meet with the Cardinal Secretary of State this afternoon." "Goyen?" Collini said, his eyebrows raised. "But he left the priesthood, remember, in response to the abuse scandals." "Yes," Myslewski replied, "which is probably what we should have done as well." Slumping down on his bed, Collini heaved another somber sigh. "Yes, well," he muttered, followed by a long pause. "What do you expect His Eminence will say?" "Based on Cardinal and Goa's speculations," Myslewski replied, "I assume we're being recruited to kill vampires." Collini studied the floor pensively. In that case, he said, it's high time that you knew the truth. We must speak with Ortega and Goyen post-haste. The truth about what? Myslevsky asked, puzzlingly. About the first vampire, Golini replied. On the table to your right is a facsimile of a 13th century Sephardic text entitled Atruhat Ean Al-Sir, a treatise on sorcery, written by Rabbi Ibrahim ben Suleiman. It has been in my possession for years, yet, as far as I know, no one in the Christian world is aware of its existence. Myslevsky glanced at the ancient tome, his brow furrowing. Well, what does it say? He asked. Simply put, Golini replied, the story of Simeon ben Simeon is a complete fabrication, invented by the medieval church to conceal an abhorrent truth. You see, Father Myslevsky, the first vampire was not a Jew at all, but a Catholic priest. Imagine that, Myslevsky said with a sarcastic chuckle. The church blaming the Jews for something that isn't their fault. Surely you jest. Golini frowned. I know. Shameful and all too predictable, but here's the rub. The vampire in question continues to walk among us, and it is that vampire that is to blame for our current predicament. Oh, said Myslevsky, and how do you know that? Golini smiled a sad, weak smile. Because it visited me last night. Without seeing any visions, he came to know many spiritual things. St. Ignatius Loyola, writing of himself. Out in the sunlight, Merchant could see that the man before him appeared as real as anything he had ever experienced before or since. As if reading his mind, the latter reached out and grabbed Merchant's chin, giving it a gentle shake. Startled, Merchant recoiled with a slight yelp, much to his companion's amusement. You are not the first of our order to lose his faith, the man said. Far from it. Jesuits are always teetering on the precipice between belief and doubt. It's our way. I haven't lost my faith, Merchant sputtered. I just can't believe... In what? The man interrupted. Angels, demons, saints, miracles. What's left for you to have faith in when you doubt all these things? Merchant swallowed. God, he replied after a pause. The man nodded. I see, he said with a smirk. And what kind of God is worth believing in if all these incredible things are somehow beyond his reach? You disappoint me, Padre. Are you sure you're a Jesuit? Merchant stared at the ground and said nothing. Come, the man said, clapping Merchant on the shoulder. Walk with me. The two strolled silently through the tall grass of the plain. You're a learned man, the man remarked. Tell me, what causes you to doubt your own mind? Merchant thought for a moment. None of this is scientifically possible, he replied at length. Does that mean that it's a delusion? Well, no, not necessarily, but as a scientist, I'm obliged to give my assent to the simplest explanation. It's infinitely more likely that I'm mad than that vampires exist or I am being visited by angels and saints. You can't deny this, no matter who or what you are. The man grinned deviously. Let's assume for the sake of argument that I am real, he said. How do you know that I'm a messenger of God rather than a demonic trickster? Well, come to that, how do you know that the being who brought you to this place is truly an angel? Perhaps it's Satan himself. I don't know, Merchant replied plainly. That's the point. And yet you claim to know that God exists. I never said that, Merchant retorted with growing exasperation. I don't know that God exists. I have faith that he does, the man interrupted, even though this cannot be ascertained by scientific means. As the Church teaches, Merchant replied, the truth of God is revealed through the light of reason. There is evidence that he exists, whether or not it's scientific in nature. Well, the man scoffed. If you are indeed a madman who cannot trust his own mind, then you do not have any capacity for reason and so cannot reliably distinguish evidence from mere fancy.
And even if you could, what room is left for faith in God if reason suffices to establish his existence? Ask yourself, prior to your recent adventures, had you ever experienced anything in your whole life that so much as hinted at the existence of gods under any description? Did you ever experience anything but the terrible absence, the void where God should be but isn't? You must admit that when existence is pondered through the lens of reason alone, the only rational conclusion to draw is that there is no God. Never has been, never will be. Any human being who's endured suffering, whether his own or that of others, immediately understands why this is the case. Reason, science, these things tell us that the universe is at best indifferent and devoid of meaning, at worst the very definition of hell. Merchant cast a sharp glance at his interlocutor. You claim to be St. Ignatius Loyola, he said. If that's so, then you know none of this is true. The man smiled kindly. I do now, he replied, but I didn't always. When I was in your shoes, I just had faith. Nothing more, nothing less. But why would any rational person have faith when every single thing he encounters in life undermines and belies it? Merchant asked plaintively. Because even the most rational person in the world is still a person, the man replied, which is to say he's more than just a thinker. He's a creature that feels and wills. How ought a person to feel in response to the seeming cruelty and absurdity and meaninglessness of the world he inhabits? Well, he ought to feel abject despair. And what is abject despair but the sad awareness that death is preferable to living in such a world? And what does this awareness yield, save an invitation to exercise the will, to choose? Choose what? Asked Merchant meekly. To live honestly and suffer, or to die? The man replied decisively. Most of us refuse to make this choice, or rather, we choose to live dishonestly. We comfort themselves with fanciful stories to tell ourselves that reason illuminates the truth of God. We deceive ourselves. Faith is a choice, an act of will. There is no evidence that something is true. Indeed, when all of the available evidence proclaims it false, reason obliges us to doubt. Faith, in contrast, is a matter of willing ourselves to believe without grounds, precisely because there are no grounds. The man produced a small flask from his cassock and took a copious drink before handing it to his stunned, silent companion. You look like you need this, St. Ignatius said with a devilish wink. While we're at it, how about a cigar? From De Deo Lucis et Deo Tenebrae, the God of Light and the God of Darkness, an anonymous 4th century text translated from the Latin by Father Paolo Collini, O.P. There is not one God but two, co-eternal and equal in power and wisdom. The one is called darkness, discord, and death. The other, light, love, and life. Their struggle is without beginning or end. From it all things come. What the latter creates, the former destroys. What the former obscures, the latter illuminates. It is the God of light that makes the spirit. It is the God of darkness that traps the spirit in flesh. Evil is the flesh. Goodness is the spirit. On returning to his lonely cell after evening prayers, Dom Collini sat at his desk and studiously revisited an email he'd received earlier that day from a young woman, purportedly a student and close friend of his missing colleague, Father Merchant. I'm coming to Rome to find him, and I need your help, the email read. I know you know the truth they won't tell me. Just as he was making to reply, Collini was startled by a loud noise. Looking up, he saw the window of his cell had flown open, ushering in a gust of icy wind. His laptop screen and desk lamp flickered erratically. All at once he spied a tall silhouette standing in the moonlight, its hulking form draped in the darkest of shadow. Ave Patrem, the figure uttered in Latin, its voice a menacing, otherworldly croak. Collini reflexively grabbed the crucifix from his desk. Before he had a chance to speak, the figure had waved its hand half-heartedly, wrenching the holy object from Collini's hand by an unseen force. It hovered in the air for a moment before crashing violently to the floor. Rising slowly from his chair, Collini steeled himself. "Jesus, intrusus!" he shouted forcefully. The figure guffawed maliciously before taking a step forward into the half-light. What appeared before Collini was a towering creature, no less than 7 feet tall, clothed from head to toe in the black vestments of an ancient probista. Its hairless, bone-white head flanked on both sides by pointed, bat-like ears. Sulphur-colored eyes glowed like coals over the leering trap of its dagger-filled mouth. The fingers of its pallid hands were inhumanly long and tipped with razors. "A fellow priest," the figure replied lugubriously. "I'm here to make my confession." "I'm guessing this story doesn't end with you chopping off its head or toasting it with a flamethrower," Myslevsky mused. Collini smiled weakly. "Sadly, no," he replied. "I am actually quite fortunate to be alive, given who I was contending with." "The granddaddy of all vampires," Myslevsky remarked dryly. "The very same," Collini said. "The incarnate form of the demon your fear. What the Atrahat says is true. In life he was a priest, Roman, late 3rd century. "Before the Council of Nicaea," Myslevsky offered. "Yes," Collini replied with a nod. "The text speculates that he was an apostate or heretic of some kind." "You're awfully nonchalant about this, Collini," Myslevsky said with a smirk. "Do you always unwind with a little football after facing down demonic threats?" Collini gave his companion a puzzled look. "Of course," he said. "What's your point?" Myslevsky chuckled and shook his head. "Never mind," he said. "So, was your demonic friend kind enough to confirm any of these speculations, or what?" "That would have simplified things immensely," Collini replied. "Unfortunately, the creature wasn't exactly in the mood for conversation." "So what did it say then?" Myslevsky inquired searchingly. "It said, and I quote, 'We have come to liberate hell, to wipe your false creed from the face of the earth. We have come to unthrone him, and all with your help.'" "Well, that doesn't sound good, does it?" Myslevsky sniggered cynically. "It most certainly does not," Collini replied sternly. "When the demon said your help, I believe that it may have been referring to the church." Myslevsky's eyes widened. "You think the church is in league with these things?" "No, not exactly," Collini replied. "I think they may have friends on the inside." Myslevsky heaved a world-weary sigh. "Well, in that case, I guess we'd better find Ortega and Ngoyen." "Great minds think alike, Father," Collini replied, with a wink. Part 4. The Order of the Knights of the Sacred Heart. From the Constitutio Ordinis Militum Sacri Cordis, the Constitution of the Order of Knights of the Sacred Heart, translated from the Latin by Father Paoli Collini, O.P. In accordance with the will of Adrian IV, the successor of the Prince of the Apostles and Supreme Pontiff of the Universal Church, I, Alethius of Chartres, prefect of this institute, do hereby order the raising of a holy army under the sign of the most Sacred Heart of Jesus, that shall wage relentless war with fire and steel against all the battalions of hell until every infernal spirit that preys upon the children of God has been eradicated from the face of the earth. Its ranks shall encompass capable men of arms who, having already distinguished themselves for valor and resolve in the Holy Crusades, will assume priestly vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, consecrating themselves body and soul to the Church and her mission of salvation. Taking up the sword as their rood, and donning mail as vestments, these holy knights shall lay waste to the foes of Christ. Destruction shall be their sacrament. Amendment, 6th of June in the year of our Lord, 1593. Pursuant to the decree of His Holiness Clement VIII, the Order of the Knights of the Sacred Heart is hereby entrusted to the Papal Swiss Guard, who shall maintain it as a secret division under the continued authority of the Institutum. From the declassified personnel files of the Pontifical Institute of Occult Studies. Ortega, Tomas. Born in Cadiz, 22nd November 1965. Ordained in the Archdiocese of Sevilla, 14th May 1989. Admitted to the Franciscan Order, 27 October 1994. Received the doctorate in biology from the Pontifical University of Salamanca, 1992. Professor of Cellular and Molecular Biology at the Pontifical University of St. Bonaventure. Fellow of the Pontifical Academy of Sciences. Chair of the Department of Cellular Biology at the Pontifical Institute of Occult Studies. Principal areas of research: mechanisms of cellular mutation in vampires, lycanthropes, and other supernatural specimens. Ossing, Elias. Born in Zurich, 12 February 1979. Graduated with distinction from the Swiss Military Academy 2001. Rank, Lieutenant. Admitted to the Pontifical Swiss Guard, 6th May 2005. Promoted to the rank of Captain, 2007. Admitted to the Order of the Knights of the Sacred Heart, 2008. Named Superior General of the Order of the Knights of the Sacred Heart, 6th May 2014. Nguyen Lê. Born in Ho Chi Minh City, 2nd December 1976. Ordained in the Archdiocese of Hanoi, 16th June 1997. Received the doctorate in mechanical engineering from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, 2000. Admitted to the Society of Jesus, 7 May 2005. Research Fellow in Engineering, Computer Science and Technology at the Pontifical Academy of Sciences. Chair of the Department of Engineering at the Pontifical Institute of Occult Studies. Principal areas of research: developing technologies for capturing and subduing supernatural specimens. Addendum. Nguyen voluntarily abandoned the clerical state in January 2016 and has since been officially laicized. He is lapsed but has not formally left the church. As of 2017, he is employed as a research scientist at Grand Tech Robotics in Rome. "Hello, Nguyen," said sheepishly into his ancient flip phone. "Collini," Nguyen replied, his voice sounding weary and bedraggled. "What on earth?" "I apologize for calling you out of the blue like this," Collini stated with a note of apology. "I know it has been a long time." "4 years, to be precise," Nguyen replied sourly. "I'm at work, not a good time now to play catch-up." "You know, I wouldn't be calling you if it weren't extremely important," Collini said. "Please, just hear me out." Nguyen heaved an irritated sigh. "Is this about the Cardinal Secretary of State?" he asked. "How did you know?" Collini replied with bewilderment. "Because one of his underlings contacted me this morning," Nguyen said. "Do you honestly think I have any interest in meeting with those bastards?" "No, you don't understand, Nguyen," Collini replied forcefully. "It's about the Institute." Nguyen said nothing for a moment. "How could he possibly know about that?" he asked puzzlingly. "Have you been not paying attention to the news, Nguyen?" Collini replied. "The so-called biohazard incident. The epidemic of murders and disappearing clergy, including O'Hara," Collini replied. "Oh, my God," Nguyen said with a gasp. "There's been a breach." Collini chuckled darkly. "That's a rather enormous understatement," he replied. "Listen, Nguyen, will you please meet with me? It's far too complicated to explain over the phone." Nguyen exhaled loudly. All right. Lê Nguyen was a well-groomed, neatly dressed man in his early 40s, slight of stature with a wiry build and intense dark eyes that surveyed the world through smart, horn-rimmed spectacles. As a young Jesuit with an impeccable academic pedigree, Nguyen had assumed a distinguished position at the Pontifical Academy of Sciences. Not long thereafter, he was recruited by the Institute, where he was eventually appointed chair of the Department of Engineering, or chief gadget guy, as his colleague Father Myslewski liked to put it. During his tenure, Nguyen had been single-handedly responsible for modernizing the Institute's technological infrastructure and, even more importantly, for developing a range of sophisticated equipment for use in apprehending and subduing research subjects. All the while, however, he'd been enduring a protracted crisis of conscience in response to the Church's numberless abuse scandals that eventually drove him from the priesthood and, at least in practice, from the Church itself. Within an hour of his conversation with Collini, Nguyen found himself returned to the Institute for the first time in several years. With a sad smile, Collini greeted him at the elevator and silently ushered him to the library, where he was met by his former colleagues, Michlewski, the pathologist, Ortega, the molecular biologist, and Ossing, chief of the Institute's gendarme. Upon seeing Nguyen, the three men slowly rose from their seats. Draped in the austere habit of Franciscan order, Tomas Ortega was a tall, stern-faced man on the cusp of 60, his square jaw wreathed by a jet-black, well-manicured beard. At full height he towered over Nguyen by at least a foot. "Welcome back, Li," he said in a crisp Castilian accent, taking Nguyen's hand in a spindly grip. To Ortega's right stood Elias Ossing, captain of the Swiss Guard, his lips set in a kind smile. Though roughly as tall as the former, the blonde-haired, ruddy-faced Ossing was in all other respects a study in contrasts. Boyishly handsome in peak physical condition, the Swiss radiated mirth and youthful exuberance. "Hello, old friend," he said with a laugh before sweeping Nguyen up in a warm embrace. Michlewski, the last of the three, stood with his hands behind his back, smirking devilishly. "I don't do hugs," he remarked dryly. "I see you haven't lost any of your charm," Nguyen replied, clapping Michlewski chummily on the shoulder. Collini cleared his throat. "Not to interrupt this joyous reunion, gentlemen, but we have some rather urgent business to attend to." He turned to Nguyen. "Lei, you're going to want to sit down for this." From the Journal of Father Simon Merchant, Day 23. I cannot deny that the overall state of my mind remains very much in dispute, though I suspect the mere recognition of this fact must bespeak some shred of sanity, however meagre it may be. At the same time, honesty compels me to admit that the words of Loyola, with whom I have been conversing on a daily basis for nearly 2 weeks, have affected me deeply, indeed that they have shaken me to the very foundations of my being. As a result, it has become clear that I stand to gain nothing from the presumption of madness and, in keeping with the Saints' counsel, would instead do best to suspend disbelief and surrender, if only tentatively, to the yoke of faith. That this task has proven so difficult for a man of the cloth bears explanation. My parents were poor Irish immigrants who wanted nothing more than that I should become educated. It is true that fulfilling this wish would gradually take a toll on my faith, but that is obviously not the whole story. Given that I was a priest before I was a scientist, how did I come by that faith in the first place? I will tell you, reader, though doing so rends my heart to pieces. When I was 17 years old, my beloved mother, a living saint as far as I am concerned, was brutally assaulted and raped on her way home from work. Upon learning of this, my immediate response was to seek out her assailant and murder him with my bare hands. Yet when I expressed this desire for vengeance to my mother in the moments leading up to her death, she smiled and shook her head. "If you do that, you'll be like him," she said in her inimitable brogue, "and my death will have been in vain. You must honor my memory by forgiving him, Simon, just as I have forgiven him. You must become a different kind of person. I believe God put you on this earth to help people, to love them, heed His will. That is my dying wish." It was at that very moment that I received my vocation, when I resolved to not only become a priest, but to join the Society of Jesus, whose express aim is to create men and women who devote their lives to serving others. Tragically, the same event that ignited my faith has been a constant source of its undoing. Though my training as a scientist has equipped me to better understand the nature of the cosmos, it has also erected a formidable barrier to belief. In doing so, it has prevented me from making peace with my mother's death, racking me with terrible guilt and rendering me increasingly powerless to fulfill her dying wish, that I should be good. I have long been and continue to be deeply troubled by the prospect of a God that willingly suffers evil to exist, not just in the form of infernal spirits, but also, and more importantly, in the various forms of human depravity to which innocent people like my mother repeatedly fall victim. For all that, however, I'm increasingly persuaded by Loyola's views on this subject. I'm also greatly surprised by them, particularly his suggestion that God might be less than perfect. After all, does this not run contrary to the theological core of all Abrahamic religions? Loyola, for his part, contends that the true core of these creeds is the radical possibility of a relationship between God and man. Yet if our very existence as humans is to be flawed and limited, how could a perfect being possibly relate to us? Indeed, how could God even be good in the absence of an independent and co-eternal evil which, in some sense, he suffers alongside us? What if it turns out that the universe is, and always has been, the result of a never-ending struggle between the primordial forces of good and evil, light and darkness, life and death, order and chaos? Come to that, what if neither of these forces is ultimately capable of vanquishing the other, precisely because they do not and cannot exist apart from each other? Though he refused to speak decisively on the matter, Loyola did suggest that all of the religions of the world may be rightly viewed as so many metaphors expressing the same underlying truth, namely that our foremost imperative as human beings is to align ourselves with God and, by extension, to do whatever is in our power to nurture, strengthen, and sustain that force which drives the universe toward balance and equilibrium, the force of harmony, relationality, goodness, and love. The Church may not have a monopoly on this imperative, but it does have an especially potent means of bringing it to life in the story of Christ. After all, what is love if not the willingness and the desire to sacrifice oneself for the good of others? When we follow this reasoning to its logical conclusion, we find that all of the various and sundry manifestations of the opposing force, again, not just the snares of the devil, but also the crimes of men, are ultimately manifestations of a fundamental selfishness. What else are demons, then, but perfectly selfish beings that care for nothing save empowering themselves at the expense of others? Surely this is the essence of their cruelty, their hatred, their evil. As Loyola said, love is a matter of shedding one's own blood for the sake of others. Hatred, of taking others' blood for the sake of oneself. Thus, Satan, no less than the crimes that men visit upon each other within his name, is quite literally Antichrist, a diabolic inversion of all that is good. But now we come to the most perplexing question of all. What role could I, a man of such weak and faltering faith, possibly play in all this? Why have I been chosen to play it? Gerard O'Hara was a man far more talented and capable than I could ever hope to be. If what God wanted or needed was merely a scientist, why did he spare my life rather than O'Hara's? Why didn't he suffer me to join the ranks of his enemies? When I put these questions to Loyola, his response was as follows. Why did God command Abraham to sacrifice Isaac? If we are honest, we must admit that there is not and cannot be any rational answer to that question. What God commanded Abraham to do was manifestly senseless, irrational, absurd, perverse. Abraham himself accepted this as plain truth, and yet he chose to obey. Why? Precisely because he had no rational reason to do so. Through a sheer act of will, Abraham embraced the impossibility that, though Isaac should die, yet he shall live, that though God may suffer evil, yet God is good. This is faith. If Loyola is right, it would appear the choice before me is clear, either to act in the absence of reason or to remain motionless and inert in the presence of doubt. I do not yet know whether I have acquired what is necessary to make this choice, but for the first time in a long time, I find myself trusting in God to illuminate my path. After Collini had finished his story, Nguyen stared at the floor of the library in stunned silence, utterly shell-shocked. "Are you all right, Lay?" Captain Ossing asked concernedly. Nguyen turned his dark eyes upward, but made no reply. "I know it's a lot to take in," Collini said meekly. "At least you know why you're here." Nguyen heaved an exhausted sigh and shook his head. "All right," he muttered in a near whisper. Not long thereafter, the 5 men found themselves in the same shadowy antechamber where Collini and Myslevsky had testified mere days previously. Before them sat the stern and inquisitorial Cardinal Secretary of State, flanked on his right by the rotund Cardinal Michelet. "It is a pleasure to see you again, fathers," Michelet said to Collini and Myslevsky in a simpering voice. "Oh, the pleasure is all ours," replied Myslevsky, with barely concealed sarcasm. The 5 dutifully kissed the Cardinal's rings before taking their seats. "Let's cut to the chase," the Cardinal Secretary said, adjusting his reading glasses and glowering menacingly. "The Holy Father has reviewed the findings of our investigation and has issued the following directive." Michelet handed him a document. "It is the solemn judgment of the Holy See. The adversary, with the aid of his infernal armies, conspires to unleash a fearsome assault against not only the Holy Catholic Church, but the whole of creation, the nature and scope of which is unprecedented in the annals of human history. It is our will, accordingly, that the Pontifical Institute of Occult Studies, under the direction of its senior-most leadership, shall marshal the full force of its erudition in the service of investigating and neutralizing this threat by the swiftest and most efficacious means possible. In the most holy name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, we hereby rescind the order of our predecessor, Paul VI of blessed memory, and decree the immediate reformation of the Ordo Militum Sacri Cordis, in accordance with the original constitution of Saint Alythius of Chartres. Through the solicitude of the Blessed Virgin Mary, the intercession of the holy saints and martyrs, and the protection of the angels, may Almighty God bless this sacred mission and bring it in victory. In nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti. Amen." The secretary returned the document to Michelet and fixed his steely gaze on the company seated before him. "As the senior-most leadership of the Institute," he pronounced gravely, "it is incumbent on you to ensure that the Holy Father's wishes are fulfilled." "Told you so," Myslevsky muttered under his breath. Nguyen shot a look at Collini, who nodded reassuringly in response. "With respect, Your Eminence," Collini said, "my colleague Mr. Nguyen has abandoned the clerical state and is thus no longer in the employ of the Institute. What does this matter have to do with him?" "That is for him to decide," the secretary replied brusquely, turning his attention to Nguyen. "The Holy Father is well aware that you are an ex-priest, sir, not to mention a lapsed Catholic. As far as I am concerned, you are a traitor to the Church who should have been excommunicated ages ago, but my opinion is irrelevant. The Holy Father believes that you are essential to the success of this endeavor. Obviously, it is your decision to make. Neither I nor he nor anyone else can compel you to participate against your will." Nguyen chuckled and shook his head. "Why should I?" he inquired indignantly. "Because a pope who has spent the better part of his tenure covering up the Church's crimes against innocent children needs a favor." The secretary slammed his fist against the table, causing Cardinal Michelet to jump with a start. "That is between you and God," he roared angrily, "assuming you even believe in him." Nguyen bolted upright from his seat, his eyes blazing. "It's all right, Lee," Collini whispered, lightly pulling him back down. "Your Eminence," Collini said to the secretary, "rest assured that my colleagues and I will discuss the matter with Mr. Nguyen, and that any decision on his part will be made in light of our counsel. However, may I please ask an additional question or two by way of clarification?" The secretary sank back into his chair and sighed with exasperation. "Go on," he replied grimly. "Thank you, Eminence," Collini said with a respectful bow. As you are surely aware, His Holiness Clement VIII amended Alethius' constitution in 1593 and entrusted the order to the Pontifical Swiss Guard, under whose command it remains to this day. Captain Ossing here is its superior general. The secretary glanced at Michelet, silently ordering him to make a reply. We weren't even aware of the existence of the order, to say nothing of your institute, until last year, Michelet said. Nevertheless, we know that it hasn't been functioning as a military force in anything but a nominal sense since 1967. If I may, Your Eminence, Captain Ossing replied, what exactly do you mean by military force? The order is the gendarme of the Institute. In this capacity, we are solely responsible for locating, capturing, and containing research subjects. This is an extremely dangerous endeavor that requires significant military training and equipment. But you are not waging war against them, Michelet retorted with uncharacteristic force. You are merely trapping them in order to study them. The Holy Father is commanding you to destroy them. From now on, any and all research will be undertaken solely with this goal in mind. Furthermore, as I am the one who has been charged with overseeing this operation, you are answerable to me, and I am ordering you to formulate a plan, which I expect on my desk within 5 days. That's not very much time, Your Eminence, Father Ortega remarked. 5 days, Michelet roared, and with that, the meeting was abruptly at an end. As the ancient streets of Rome began to fill with twilight, the 5 men once again found themselves in the library, where they sat slumped and exhausted around a large oaken table. Collini turned to Nguyen. What do you think, Lay? He asked, breaking the silence. No one could blame you for saying no. Certainly we wouldn't hold it against you. Nguyen said nothing for a moment before heaving a wearied sigh. Look, he replied, I may be estranged from the Church, but I have never abandoned her teachings. I have never lost my faith. I know, we all know, that demons are real, that they are extremely dangerous, and that they are wreaking havoc all around as we speak. We also know that it's going to take some serious ingenuity to fight them. That's why we need you with us, Ossing said with a kind smile. Are you in? I can't answer that question decisively until we figure out what the hell we're going to do, Nguyen replied. In the meantime, I'm still here, aren't I? Good man, Ossing said, clapping his friend on the shoulder. The others nodded approvingly. Lay is right, Collini remarked after a moment. We do need a plan, so let's start by enumerating the facts on the ground. What do we know with certainty at present? To begin with the casualties, Ossing replied, clearing his throat. Since the Bruno case, there have been 42 confirmed murders and 51 disappearances, including Merchant, O'Hara, and other Institute colleagues. With a handful of exceptions, all of the missing parties are clergy or else otherwise affiliated with the Church. It is as the demon Toccolini, Father Ortega interjected. They are clearly at war with the Church. Yes, Collini replied, and they are using clergy to build an army, and that is my theory at any rate. Okay, let's back up for a moment, Nguyen said. With that many people dying and disappearing, how are the police responding? There's also the nature of the murders, Myslevsky added. How does a man weighing 15 stone end up with his head smashed against the ceiling nearly 100 feet from the ground? My friends are in the coroner's office, and utterly confounded by these slayings. There's no question the police are as well. The police avoid meddling in Vatican business like plague, Ortega scoffed. We all know this. And even so, Collini replied, I'm not sure they can afford to do so for much longer. This is a valid concern that should definitely be conveyed to Cardinal Michelet. Now, what about the culprits? Unless I am quite mad, it would appear that the chief architect of this plot is none other than Novatius of Rome, the incarnation of Yofil and the patriarch of all vampires, whose very existence was a matter of pure conjecture until the creature appeared before my very eyes at Santa Sabina. All of the available evidence suggests that vampirism has been hitherto transmitted by purely physical means, and even then only at the discretion of already existing vampires, or so it would seem. It now appears that infection can be spread by non-physical means, spirituality, as it were, whenever the physical form of a vampiric demon is destroyed. How do we account for this change? Following the Tomislav incident, Myslevsky said, Ortega and I conducted a very thorough analysis of the remains and found that all traces of the N1-pH had effectively vanished. The genetic profile of the blood and tissue had returned to a completely normal state. Ortega nodded. As far as I'm concerned, he said, this suggests, if only theoretically, that the evacuation of the demonic spirit eradicates the virus, or is at least capable of doing so. What is not clear is whether it is possible to evacuate the spirit without killing the body of the host, let alone restoring said host to anything remotely resembling normal biological function. Yes, Collini replied, but even if it were possible, there remains the larger issue of how to prevent the demon from subsequently relocating in the body of another host. Exorcism is the traditional means of doing so, of course, but you, O'Hara, and Myslevsky have repeatedly rejected that option. Let's not beat a dead horse, Collini, Myslevsky retorted gruffly. For 40 years, our sole aim has been to cure human beings of the disease of vampirism and, in doing so, to save their mortal lives. You yourself are aware of the risks that exorcism poses to normal individuals. We've been well within our rights to assume it would be catastrophic for the undead. A demon can inhabit a human body, Ortega added, but a human soul cannot inhabit a demonic body. This is a reasonable theory, is it not? Be that as it may, Nguyen interjected. It seems clear that the Vatican is no longer interested in saving vampires. It wants to destroy them, which, as we all know, has been its preferred course for most of the Institute's history. Collini smiled sadly. With all due respect, comrades, he said, we are men of God, and as men of God we cannot abandon our mission to save souls. Nor our mission to save lives, at least to the extent that it's within our power to do so, Myslevsky added. We are also men of science, men of humanity, after all. I am not a man of science per se, Ossing interjected. The question of whether it's possible to destroy vampires without destroying human beings strikes me as of secondary importance in the present context. It may be that the human beings in question are already destroyed beyond any hope of repair. In the meantime, vampires are massing an army against us, which means that we must give foremost attention to how we shall fight and destroy them. Despite its small size, the Order of the Knights of the Sacred Heart is, without question, one of the most highly skilled and well-trained combat forces in the world. It would have to be, considering that the typical vampire is capable of moving at speeds in excess of 40 kilometers an hour, and can exert force 10 times its own weight. At least some of them have the ability to alter their physical form, to psychologically manipulate human beings, even to use telekinesis. While it's true that the Order hasn't been in the business of actively hunting vampires for several decades, let alone waging war against an organized army of them, everyone in this room knows that my men and I are capable of successfully neutralizing them when and if the need arises. Of course we do, Nguyen replied, but unless the situation has changed radically since the last time I was here, the equipment at the Order's disposal is in short supply and, in any case, not especially useful for anything but capturing and subduing vampires. I would know, as I was the one who designed most of it in the first place. Meanwhile, the Order's standard tactical weapons, which, by your own admission, Elias, are rarely used in practice, are woefully outdated. Am I wrong, or did you not end up resorting to Soviet-era flamethrowers during the September outbreak? You are not wrong, Lay, Collini interjected, but you forget that it was precisely the use of these weapons that prevented the virus from spreading further, or so it would appear. But, as I have been saying for months, Myslevsky added with a note of impatience, does this not at least gesture at a solution to the problem mentioned earlier? Why would destroying the vampires with flame prevent further infection, unless doing so in some sense serve to eradicate the demonic spirit? Perhaps it did, Father Myslevsky, Collini replied. But I have my doubts, sir. Let us not forget that the vampires in question had only been possessed for a few minutes at the time of their destruction, and were arguably still in the process of transforming. We have no idea if the same consequences will result in the case of a mature vampire. It won't be easy for us to test that theory in any case, Ossing remarked dryly. Incendiary weapons may be powerful, but they are also extremely ungainly. Many, if not most, mature vampires could easily dispatch a man with a flamethrower before he even has a chance to pull the trigger. In my judgment, this is not the best option. Oh, sorry to interrupt, Nguyen said, but aren't these issues best left for me to address? I'll take care of the weapons. Fear not, I work fast, and I get things right the first time. That you do, Collini replied with a tired smile. So, does this mean you're in? Nguyen heaved a heavy sigh and nodded. Excellent, Collini said briskly. You and Captain Ossing should devote foremost attention to developing the manpower and equipment necessary to wage this war effectively. The rest of us will continue to investigate other options as circumstances permit. But it seems to me that our most pressing concern is to ascertain where our enemies are spending their daylight hours. It is fortunate for us that vampires are pack animals, Ortega said. Track one and you've tracked them all. Collini nodded. And there is one in particular that deserves pride of place in our hunt, he said gravely. Vampires are dangerous, but a vampire with advanced training in microbiology is positively deadly. It's not difficult to imagine what such a vampire might get up to researching. O'Hara, Myslevsky replied. Shit, I hadn't even considered that angle. I shall write up a summary of this meeting for Cardinal Michelet's edification, Collini said. Tomorrow we shall convene the entire institute. Oh, what's left of it, Myslevsky mused darkly. Before we adjourn, gentlemen, Collini said, I'm afraid there's one additional wrinkle that merits our attention. Collini produced a cell phone from his robes and nimbly flicked his fingers across the screen. This is an email I received on 3rd of February. Dear Father Collini, my name's Olivia Norcross. I'm a doctoral student in microbiology at the Georgetown School of Medicine who until recently served as chief research assistant to Father Simon Merchant. In September of last year, I received a call from Father Merchant less than 24 hours before the so-called biohazard incident that preceded his disappearance. Although he seemed extremely troubled, even frightened, he insisted that he was merely doing consultation work for a Vatican lab and refused to divulge any additional details. He did, however, provide contact information for you and Father Gerard O'Hara, the latter of whom, of course, was killed during the aforementioned incident. As all of the relevant parties, not least the Vatican itself, have and continue to be extremely close-mouthed about what happened, I've decided to venture to Rome to undertake my own investigation, and I'm reaching out to you in the hopes that you can be of assistance. I've tried contacting you at the Pontifical University several times to no avail. If you receive this email, please contact me. Regards, O. Norcross. Myslevsky threw his hands up with a loud sigh. Oh, that's just fantastic, he sniggered. Did you reply? Ortega asked worryingly. Unfortunately, I was interrupted by an uninvited guest from hell, Collini replied with a smirk. February 3rd, you said? Asked Ossing. She may very well be in Rome as we speak. We obviously can't allow her to get involved with this, if only for her own safety. Plus, she is an American, Myslevsky muttered to himself. I loathe Americans. I quite agree, Elias, Collini replied. However, what if she is right to assume that Merchant is still alive, as the Vatican itself suspects? If he had succeeded in his suicide attempt, surely police would have recovered his body. Or else he failed and has since joined O'Hara in the ranks of the undead, Myslevsky countered. Oh, a fine situation we find ourselves in, gentlemen, isn't it? A quiet tapping at his window roused Cardinal Michelet from bed. Glancing at a clock, he saw it was 5 minutes past midnight. Throwing back the curtains, Michelet beheld the shadowy form of Gerard O'Hara, his bloodless face ringed by eerie moonglow. Michelet opened the window without the slightest hesitation. I apologize, he said sheepishly. I was reading in bed and must have nodded off. The former Father O'Hara leered. You have to invite me in, Cardinal Michelet, the vampire stated in a deep, menacing voice. What? Oh yes, of course, Michelet stammered. Please, come in. The vampire stepped lightly down from the window, its dark eyes averted. Remove the cross, it growled, gesturing in the direction of Michelet's chest. Michelet frowned slightly before doing as he was commanded. What news you have for the master? The vampire asked. Michelet cleared his throat nervously. Well, he stammered, the Holy Father has reinstituted the order, just as I suspected he would, and has entrusted me with overseeing the operation. The Institute is figuring out the details as we speak, but the overall point is clear. The Church is raising an army against you. O'Hara snickered fiendishly. Is that so? Michelet nodded. I have deployed a member of the Institute, a Swiss guard, to spy on the Institute's leadership, he replied. Any information that I receive will be relayed to you as soon as it becomes available. Good, O'Hara stated flatly. But, what about your end of the bargain? Michelet inquired. O'Hara cackled. The Master has agreed to take care of the Cardinal Secretary of State for you, on the condition that you make yourself useful to him in turn. Whether you shall do so remains to be seen. Get us the information we require, and you will have the Secretary's head. Yes, of course, Michelet blubbered. Of course I will. One other thing, O'Hara said. As much as the Master appreciates the lodgings you've provided us in the Trastevere, we require additional accommodations. Michelet's brow furrowed. Of what sort? We need a laboratory, O'Hara replied leeringly. Make it happen and you shall be rewarded. Before Michelet could respond, the vampire had stepped backward through the window and vanished into the chill of the night. From Ibrahim ben Suleiman's Etrohat Ayan Alsi, a treatise on sorcery, translated from the Aramaic by Father Paolo Collini, O.P. There are 7 orders of Malachim, angels. The angels of the first day, who are called messengers or watchers. The angels of the second day, who are called the burning ones. The angels of the third day, who are called the winged ones. The angels of the fourth day, who are called powers or dominions. The angels of the fifth day, who are called virtues or strongholds. The angels of the sixth day, who are called rulers or principalities. And the angels of the Lord's day, who are called archangels. Of these 7 orders, the first 6 are ruled by princes, each of whom is ruled in turn by 4 archangels. Gabriel, the angel of the north, of wind and of winter. Michael, the angel of the south, of fire and of summer. Raphael, the angel of the east, of earth and of the autumn. And Uriel, the angel of the west, of water and of the spring. So too are there 6 princes of the Shedin, demons or fallen angels. Ashmodei or Abaddon, the demon of the first day, who is called Ra. Ashtaroth or Belphegor, the demon of the second day, who is called Sloth. Baal-zebub, the demon of the third day, who is called Gluttony. Belial, the demon of the fourth day, who is called Lust. Mammon, the demon of the fifth day, who is called Greed. And Azazel, the demon of the sixth day, who is called Envy. Each of these princes rules over 600 demons, and is ruled in turn by the adversary, Satan himself, the demon of pride, who is called the venom of God, Samael, or by the Christians, the morning star, Lucifer. Yophiel, demon of vanity and father of the Alachim, the vampires, belongs to the order of Beelzebub, the ravenous one, as to all evil spirits that have taken flesh. On the morning of the 39th day, Simon Merchant awoke to a blinding, otherworldly light that permeated every corner of his humble hermitage. When his eyes adjusted, he beheld the angel Shimshuel, standing at the foot of his bed, beaming at him with pure and radiant love. "The time is nigh," the angel said with ethereal gravity. "Are you prepared to undertake the work?" Merchant closed his rapidly tearing eyes. I don't know," he whispered despairingly. "Would you do it for me?" came the reply in a different and all too familiar voice. Merchant opened his eyes with a start. "Olivia?" Part 5. The Devil Inside. The very same sun that had long ago browned the skin of Caesars and baked the blood of gladiators into the dirt of the Colosseo was once again making its languorous descent over the lip of Januculum Hill, bathing the streets of Rome in chilly twilight and summoning shadows from between the cracked, wet cobblestones. Somewhere deep below those streets, the staff of the Pontifical Institute of Occult Studies had assembled en masse in an ancient subterranean vault, chattering nervously amongst themselves in hushed whispers. All eyes were fixed on the 7 stone-faced men sitting at the center of the room, a group that included Milszewski, Ortega, Noyen, Ossing, and Collini. Just as the Vespers bells began their lugubrious toll, Collini rose slowly from his chair and called the assembly to order with an officious wave of his hand. "Let us begin, colleagues," Collini intoned in a palpably exhausted voice. "We have several important matters to discuss this evening, starting with a few items of housekeeping. As you are now aware, the Holy Father has directed us to reconvene the Order of the Knights of the Sacred Heart in accordance with the original charter of St. Alethius of Chartres. That document requires the appointment, and I quote, of a priestly knight of great valor and piety to serve as Superior General of the Order, who is called upon in turn to appoint 6 able comrades as his aides-de-camp. It further stipulates that the spiritual welfare of the order shall be entrusted to a council of 7 clergymen drawn from the Order of St. Benedict, the Order of St. Augustine, the Order of Carthusians, the Order of Cistercians of the Strict Observance, the Order of Our Lady of Mount Carmel, the Premonstratensial Order, and the Congregation of St. Victor. He then paused to clear his throat. In 1593, Pope Clement VIII amended the charter, calling for 1 representative each from the Order of St. Benedict, the Order of St. Augustine, the Order of Preachers, the Order of Friars, and the Society of Jesus. Now, at our request, the Holy Father has given us permission to honor his predecessor's amendment, and so has entrusted the spiritual welfare of the order to myself and 4 of the men you see before you. To my left are Father George Vent, representing the Benedictines, Father Pedro Ruiz, representing the Augustinians, and to my right are Fathers Tomas Ortega, representing the Franciscan Order, and Father Sebastian Milszewski, representing the Jesuits. Also to my right are Captain Elias Ossing, whom the Holy Father has agreed to retain as Superior General of the Order, as well as Mr. Lay Noyen, who has been given leave to resume his former position as head of the Department of Engineering. With all of that tedious business out of the way, I respectfully yield the floor to them. Gentlemen? Collini gestured to Noyen and Ossing before taking a seat. The 2 shot each other a quick glance. "Do you want to go first?" Ossing muttered. "I'm terrible at public speaking." "Watch and learn," Noyen replied with a grin, before rising and turning to the assembly. "Colleagues," he began enthusiastically, "as you know, the Holy Father has directed us to marshal all of our available resources in the service of swiftly and effectively neutralizing the present demonic threat. At the forefront of this effort are the Order of the Knights, whom, as you also know,
have mostly been in the business of hunting and capturing vampires for the past several decades, rather than slaying them."
"Well, not deliberately, at least," Ossing interjected flatly.
"Vampires never submit without a fight, and for this reason, it's occasionally proven necessary to dispatch them in the field. Notwithstanding your men's skill in this regard," Nguyen replied, "you know as well as I that the use of outdated equipment has been a consistent liability."
Ossing nodded grudgingly.
"This is one reason among many why I have been charged with modernizing the Order's standard armaments," Nguyen continued. "A task, I am happy to report, that's well on its way to fruition."
Nguyen gestured to a pair of Swiss guards near the exit, who swiftly produced a metal table and wheeled it to the fore. The table was covered with a sheet which Nguyen deftly swept aside, revealing a vast array of mysterious objects.
"Look here," Nguyen said with a smirk. "We have military-grade Kevlar helmets outfitted with full-spectrum ultraviolet lamps, capable of inflicting third-degree burns to undead flesh in a matter of seconds. We have two .23 caliber bullets tipped with a proprietary silver alloy that disintegrates into lethal shrapnel upon impact. We have 50-inch katana swords made from the same alloy. Well, I could go on, but let me cut to the chase. These are extremely powerful weapons that are more than capable of swiftly and effectively destroying the bodies of our demonic enemies. The more pressing issue before us is how to do this while simultaneously preventing their spirits from possessing other bodies. While there is some evidence to suggest that fire is capable of doing so in the case of newly turned vampires, it does not appear to have the same effect on older specimens."
"What Mr. Nguyen says is true," Ossing interjected. "We know this thanks to the brave sacrifice of a certain individual who, just last week, volunteered to serve as a guinea pig. Now, that individual was armed with a standard-issue flamethrower and was able to neutralize several baby vamps without issue. However, when he turned his weapon on an older specimen, estimated to be around 90 years old, he turned within minutes of neutralizing the creature and has been since neutralized himself." A wave of nervous murmuring erupted among the assembled staff members.
"The good news," Ossing continued, "is that we appear to have a workable solution."
"From the declassified files of Father Gerard O'Hara, S.J.
The N1PH virion is an icosahedra with an average diameter of 90.3 nanometers. Structurally, it resembles a typical retrovirus, consisting as it does of a complex RNA genome and standard retroviral enzymes enclosed by a glycoprotein capsid. As in all retroviruses, the virion binds itself to the membrane of a host cell, shedding the capsid and injecting the viral genome and enzymes into the host. The RNA is then translated into cDNA via reverse transcriptase and integrated into the host DNA within the nucleus. It's at this point the N1PH departs entirely from what we consider the established order of nature. By some inscrutable mechanism that we do not fully comprehend, the virion systematically recodes the host DNA and proceeds to reproduce itself at an astonishing rate of approximately 3.2 trillion times per hour. Within 24 hours on average, every cell in the host has been imbued with novel properties of a sort not found in any other living organism, chief among them the capacity for indefinite cellular reproduction in the absence of oxygen, hydration, and nutrition. Within 12 hours of infection, a network of microscopic structures resembling capillaries branches out from the stomach and weaves among the host cells, forming a sort of web that allows for the direct absorption of blood into the cellular mitochondria. Even as the host undergoes complete cardiopulmonary collapse, the rapidly deoxygenating blood is converted to energy by the mitochondria, preserving the cells and facilitating their continued reproduction. As the host's body is no longer able to reproduce blood cells on its own, however, it ends up consuming roughly half of its existing blood supply within 48 hours of infection, leading to extreme dermal pallor and a 20% decrease in body temperature.
In order to endure in this state, the host must ingest roughly 5 units of fresh blood every 48 to 72 hours. When the blood supply falls below 5% of the host's body weight, cellular death begins to occur, followed by rapid putrefaction. Within 48 hours of infection, the host undergoes a wide range of astonishing physiological and morphological changes, the most significant of which are as follows. The upper canines sharpen considerably and increase in length by an average of 5 inches. This is accompanied by a corresponding deepening of the dental sockets and the development of a spring-like ligament that allows the canines to retract at least 3 inches into the jaw. The ability to expand and retract the canines is seemingly within the control of the host, although retraction can also be triggered reflexively by the smell of blood. Second, the physical structure of the pupils in the contracted state changes from a circular shape to a narrow slit of the sort common in crepuscular and nocturnal species. This is accompanied by a marked yellowing of the irises and the appearance of inflammation in the conjunctiva. Visual acuity increases to a staggering degree, particularly in the absence or near absence of light. Preliminary research suggests that the visual acuity of a fully transformed host, hereafter referred to as a vampire, meets or exceeds that of owls and other species in the order of strigiforms. Third, bone density and lean muscle mass both increase by averages of well over 150%. Greatly enhancing the vampire's physical strength and speed. It's estimated that mature, fully nourished vampires with a sufficient blood supply can move at speeds in excess of 30 kilometers per hour and lift 2 to 3 times their own weight with minimal exertion. Fourth, immune response and regenerative capacity increase astronomically, rendering the vampire impervious to disease and capable of rapid recovery from traumatic injuries. At the same time, external tissue becomes extremely photophobic, so much so that a typical skin cell will completely disintegrate after 5 seconds of direct exposure to sunlight. Even indirect exposure, or exposure to artificial ultraviolet light, can cause fatal levels of damage. This accounts in large part for the vampire's nocturnal circadian rhythm. Fifth, the vampire develops lethal sensitivity to silver and silver alloys, external exposure to which, even in small quantities, results in severe burns that heal much more slowly than ordinary wounds, whereas internal exposure to those same quantities is often sufficient to destroy a vampire entirely. This led Michalski and Ortega to hypothesize that intravenous injection of colloidal silver compounds may provide temporary protection against vampire attacks, a hypothesis that has since been confirmed under laboratory conditions. Vampires are also sensitive to certain species of wood, the tensile strength of which is greatly increased relative to their bone density. Stakes made from ash wood, for example, may be driven through the vampire's sternum with comparatively little effort. When such stakes penetrate the heart, moreover, they initiate what appears to be a catastrophic allergic reaction that ultimately causes the vampire's body to disintegrate. The same is true of physical decapitation. Note, for information regarding vampires' aversion to various sacred objects, see Collini's exhaustive study from 2015. The vampire's standard method of predation is oral punctuation of the jugular and other major arteries, followed by vacuum exsanguination. In most cases, transmission of the virus via blood and saliva is suppressed via an antiviral enzyme produced in the oral salivary glands. Evidently, the vampire has the ability to voluntarily withhold this enzyme. Although infection has no appreciable effects on memory or cognitive ability, it nonetheless causes significant changes to personality, chief among them the total erosion of moral conscience and the simultaneous inculcation of sadistic desires and tendencies, including a psychosexual sort. Attempts to treat N1PH by conventional means have consistently failed, as there is no known substance, whether natural or artificial, that's capable of reversing its effects. According to Milchevsky and Ortega, Such an outcome would require staggeringly complex genetic intervention at the cellular level, which may well exceed the scope of our existing scientific ability. Cardinal Michelet was just finishing his second glass of 50-year-old Bordeaux when a tentative knock came at his chamber door. "Enter," he called out with a belch, reaching for the bottle with fat, bejeweled fingers. The door opened, and a young, severe-looking Swiss guard crossed into the room. "Your Eminence," he said with a stiff salute and a click of his heels. "Ah, Brenner, come in," Michelet replied. The guard made to kiss his ring, but was swiftly rebuffed. No need, the cardinal huffed with a wave of his corpulent hand. "Can I offer you a drink?" "No, thank you, Eminence," Brenner replied in a deferential tone, his eyes staring straight ahead. "I am on duty." "Ah, yes, duty," Michelet sniggered, pouring himself a brimming glass. "Suit yourself. It just leaves more for me. So, what news from our friends at the Institute?" Brenner produced a folded piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Michelet. "This email was sent to Father Collini," he replied stiffly. Michelet unfolded the paper, his brow furrowing. "Dear Father Collini," he read aloud. "After much delay, I have finally managed to arrange a flight to Rome on the 14th of March. In the event I have not heard from you by the time of my arrival, please know that I will be making every effort to reach you in person at Santa Sabina. My itinerary is attached. Kind regards, O. Norcross." Michelet batted the paper with the back of his hand. "Who is O. Norcross?" Brenner cleared his throat. "Evidently, she is a student of Simon Merchant's," he replied. "She believes he is still alive and is coming to Rome to find him." "And, is he still alive?" Michelet inquired. No one knows," Brenner replied with a shrug. "He's been missing for quite some time." Michelet said, pursing his lips. "Has Collini seen this message?" "No, Your Eminence," Brenner replied. "I intercepted it before he had the chance." Michelet nodded. "And, to the best of your knowledge, does Collini have any intention of assisting this woman?" "I am not sure, Eminence," Brenner replied. "Make sure that Collini reads this email," Michelet replied with a stern wag of his finger. "When and if he responds, notify me immediately. You're dismissed." Michelet watched Brenner leave, his mouth pulling itself into a malevolent leer. 2 days later. All at once dozens of coffins began to stir as pale, raven-clawed fingers emerged from the funereal darkness within. 100 feet above, a shadowy figure hung upside down, suspended from the ceiling by long, bat-like talons, its glowing eyes shooting open at the sound of the bell. Releasing its grip, the figure hurtled down toward the floor, turning in midair and landing squarely on its feet. All around the crypt, the undead rose from their damp, mildewy beds, arranging themselves into soldierly lines before their master. To his left stood the reanimated corpse of Father Gerard O'Hara, its leering face drained of blood, its eyes soulless, predatory, black as coals. The master pointed a knife-like finger at his lieutenant and croaked through ancient fangs. "Speak." The vampire O'Hara bowed reverently and turned his sulphurous eyes to the army of fiends, the vast majority of whom were dressed, like O'Hara, in clerical garb. "The battle has begun," he thundered. "The corrupt priest and the fallen knight have betrayed the church of filth and shit, and delivered our enemies to us. A whore is coming to Santa Sabina in search of a dead priest. She is the bait that shall lure Collini to his doom."
The assembled fiends chortled, their laughter echoing maliciously through the tombs. From L'Osservatore Romano, Wednesday, 18th March. Vatican City. Vatican authorities are reporting the disappearance of Cardinal Secretary of State Francisco Rovino, who has been missing since Tuesday. According to Cardinal Undersecretary Jean-Baptiste Michelet, Rovino was last seen in his chambers at the Apostolic Palace shortly after 5 p.m. Monday evening. Suspicions were aroused when the Cardinal Secretary failed to appear for regularly scheduled meetings for the following morning. Rovino's disappearance is the latest in a series of still unexplained murders and missing persons incidents that began in January, at least 6 dozen of which have involved members of the clergy. As of this writing, no leads have been reported by the gendarmerie or the Italian police. The taxi lurched to a stop, rousing its solitary passenger from the heavy sleep that had overtaken her during the ride from Fiumicino Airport. Olivia Norcross slowly opened her eyes and glanced out the window. Night had fallen in Rome, bringing with it a dense fog that draped itself over the city like a shroud, blurring every angle and edge in its wake. "Ecco qui, signora," said the driver in a weary voice. "We are here." Still exhausted from the long transatlantic flight, Olivia yawned deeply and pulled herself upright. Turning forward, she immediately beheld the driver's bored, expressionless eyes staring at her in the rearview mirror. Fat raindrops plunked on the roof of the cab. "This is Santa Sabina?" she inquired sleepily, arching her back slightly in a stretch. "Si," the driver replied. "Fare is at €25. Olivia nodded and began rummaging around in her purse. The driver exited the cab, popped the trunk, and shuffled around to the passenger side to open the door. The moment he did so, the entire cab was flooded with wet chill. Olivia shuddered and pulled the collar of her coat tightly against her pale neck as she slid out of her seat. "Cold night," she muttered as the driver reached into the trunk for a bag. "Si," he replied laconically, lowering her luggage to the sidewalk. Olivia paid the fare and thanked him, smiling courteously. The driver closed the trunk with a grunt and hurriedly returned to his cab. Olivia watched as he sped away up the Clivo dei Publici, his brake lights quickly vanishing into the gloomy distance. All at once she found herself all alone on the deserted, fog-bathed street with the silhouette of the basilica looming ominously above her. She knew that Father Paolo Collini dwelled somewhere nearby, but finding him in such conditions would not be easy. Picking up a bag, Olivia pulled her cell phone from the pocket of her coat. After locating the number for the Dominican chapter house, she tapped the green call button with her thumb and waited for someone to pick up. No one did. "Damn it," she hissed under her breath, stuffing the phone back into her pocket with a huff before taking a few furtive steps the general direction of the basilica, her footfalls echoing over the otherwise silent street. A few moments later, she stopped abruptly in her tracks. About 30 feet away, she saw a long, human-shaped shadow standing motionlessly in the fog. "Hello?" she said apprehensively, peering into the gloom with narrowed eyes. "Miss Norcross, I presume," the shadow replied in a rich Italian accent. Yes," Olivia stammered. "Father Collini?" The old friar stepped forward into the weak glow of a street lamp, his robes wafting in the icy air. "Welcome to Roma," he said with a sad smile, his eyes twinkling kindly. "You must be quite exhausted." Olivia heaved a sigh of relief as she approached. "Thank God," she muttered. "You have no idea how happy I am to see you, Father." Just then a voice emerged from the shadows beyond Collini. "Why, what business could a pretty young American girl possibly have with this mummified old turd?" it said with a menacing chuckle. Olivia felt a pang of dread slither up her spine as Collini glanced about wildly. "Who is there?" he yelled with a start. Peering closer at the shadows, the two of them saw what appeared to be several human-shaped forms, their features eerily obscured. All at once, peals of villainous laughter erupted from the darkness. Collini grabbed Olivia by the shoulders and stared directly into her eyes. "Get behind me, Miss Norcross," he growled. Olivia heeded his command immediately, craning to look over his shoulder. She saw the 5 figures move forward into the light. Though their features remained mostly hidden in shadow, Olivia could make out the white rings of Roman collars at their necks. "You need to make a confession, my dear," the one at the center sneered. But before Olivia could respond, Collini produced a large silver crucifix from the folds of his robe. "Save your servant, O Lord, who trusts in you," he thundered, raising the crucifix above his head. "Let him find in you a fortified tower in the face of the enemy." The figures snarled bestially in response and continued their languorous approach. "Let the enemy have no power over him," Collini intoned forcefully. Somewhere behind him a new voice came in reply. "And the sons of iniquity be powerless to harm him." Collini's brow furrowed in confusion. "The Lord, send him aid from your holy place," he continued tentatively. Again the voice replied, "And watch over him from Zion." "I know that voice," Olivia muttered to herself. A moment later she heard a thunderous sound. All at once the entire street was flooded with blinding light, exposing the true forms of the figures that had menaced her from the shadows. Though dressed in the garb of priests, the beings that appeared before her horrified gaze were as pale as snow, with glowing cat-like eyes and bloody lips that curled over rows of razor-like fangs. Before she could even scream, the one at the center had bellowed hideously. Looking over her shoulder and shielding her eyes, she saw 2 enormous spotlights mounted on tall pylons. Below them stood what appeared to be a platoon of armored soldiers led by a tall, handsome man dressed in the colorful uniform of the Pontifical Swiss Guard. To his right, a familiar face beamed at Olivia from the fog. "Simon!" she gasped, her knees buckling. Collini caught her under the arms. "It can't be," he muttered in wild wonder. Merchant took a step forward and raised his hands toward the dark heavens. "Lord, heed my prayer," he exclaimed in a booming voice. "Let my cry be heard by you," the soldiers replied in unison. The leader of the soldiers rushed forward, giving Collini a quick nod and taking Olivia by the arm. "I am Captain Ossing. You need to come with me right now," he said firmly. "Simon! Simon!" Olivia screamed as he began to lead her away. Momentarily meeting her eyes, Merchant mouthed the words, "It's okay," and smiled reassuringly before returning his steely eyes to the approaching vampires. And with that, she drifted out of consciousness. Merchant soon found himself shoulder to shoulder with Collini, who gawked at him with slack-jawed astonishment. "Hello, Father," Merchant said in a near whisper without taking his eyes off his undead foes. Before the latter could respond, Merchant had raised his hands and made the sign of the cross. The apparent leader of the vampires took another step forward. "Who are you?" the vampire hissed, seething with rage. Merchant responded in a thundering voice. "O Lord, despise not my petition, but in your mercy hear and answer me. I call upon your servant Ignatius, in league with the holy angel Shimshishel, to bind this creature to my will." The vampire's face went blank as it fell motionlessly to its knees. "Seize him," Merchant growled over his shoulder. And with that, the dark streets of Rome erupted into war between the living and the undead. Part 6. The Word Made Flesh. In the days and weeks leading up to the attack at Santa Sabina, the members of the Institute had been preoccupied with the question of how to destroy vampires while simultaneously preventing their spirits from infecting fresh hosts. A tentative answer to this question came one morning when a breathless Collini burst into the library clutching, as he was wont to do, an ancient manuscript. The volume made a loud thud as he dropped it on the table before his wide-eyed colleagues. "Brothers," he exclaimed, "this is a book entitled De Natura et Causis Spirituum Infernaliarum, on the nature and motives of infernal spirits, which was written by the exorcist Severinus of Tours in the 12th century. Please allow me to share a passage I came across therein." Collini gently combed through the manuscript's delicate pages and, finding what he was looking for, cleared his throat. "Whereupon the Lord breathes into inanimate matter, so does his breath instill that matter with life. Thus it is said that spirit subsists within the breath, entering and exiting a body through the mouth. The same is true of infernal spirits which invade mortal bodies through this passage and are compelled to exit them in like manner. Water, too, is a source of life invested with the Holy Spirit. Thus no infernal spirit that roams abroad on the earth may cross running waters, nor may a demon pass over a threshold that houses the Holy Eucharist, or which bears the sacred sign of his death and resurrection." Collini looked up at his colleagues and was met with bemused stares. "I don't understand," Ortega said after a moment. Collini sighed impatiently. "Think about it," he replied. "If what Severinus says is true, then preventing reinfection is a matter of denying access to the mouth." "That's utterly absurd," Mishevsky scoffed. Ossing shot him a hard look. "I suppose you have a better idea, Sebastian." "Let's keep an open mind, gentlemen," Nguyen said with a frustrated wave of his hands. "How do you propose we accomplish this, Father Collini?" Collini smirked. "I presume that creating a barrier of running water over the mouth is impracticable," Collini replied. "What about a silver mask that is marked with the cross and contains a small fragment of consecrated host?" Nguyen thought for a moment. "Something like this would be very easy to fabricate." "To be clear, Paolo," Ortega said, "your hypothesis is that such a mask will prevent a demonic spirit from entering a new body." "Indeed," Collini replied decisively. Once again Milshevsky scoffed, but was quickly silenced by Ossing. "Assuming the letter of the text is accurate," he said, "I see no reason why this shouldn't work, or, in any case, it would possibly hurt us to give it a try." "And how do you propose to do that?" Milshevsky retorted smugly. "By compelling yet another terminally ill soldier under your command to serve as a guinea pig?" "Let me handle that," Ossing growled. "Nguyen, how soon can you fabricate a prototype?" "Within a day or two at the most," Nguyen replied. "Then it's settled," Collini said with a self-satisfied grin. Captain Ossing was just sitting down to dinner in his quarters at San Martino when a loud knock rang out from his door. "Enter," he said with a frown. A young Swiss guard burst into the room. "I'm sorry to disturb you, Commander," he exhaled breathlessly. "Someone must speak with you on a matter of urgency." "Who?" Ossing inquired. "Better to see for yourself," the guard replied, gesturing over his shoulder. A moment later, the tall frame of Father Simon Merchant emerged from the shadows. Ossing jumped up suddenly, knocking over his chair. "How in the name of—" Merchant cut him off brusquely. "There's no time, Ossing," he said. "Where's Collini? I've called upon him at Santa Sabina, but none of the brothers know his whereabouts." I haven't the faintest idea," Ossing stammered. Wait, yes, tonight's the night he was due to meet with a student of yours, Miss Norcross." "A trap has been set," Merchant replied. "You must summon your men at once." after watching their ostensive leader fall limply to the cobblestones and be dragged away in chains by a cadre of Swiss Guard, the remaining vampires set forth, piercing shrieks, and dispersed with blinding speed in all directions. "Come with me, Father Collini," Merchant exclaimed, grabbing the old friar by his arm and ushering him to the rear of the soldierly lines. The assembled Swiss Guard looked about confusedly over their silver masks, their helmet-mounted lights cutting chaotic rifts through the deep shadows. No sooner had one of them mouthed the words, "Where are we?" when he was set upon from above by a hulking vampire dressed in the robes of a Benedictine monk. The vampire grabbed his neck and, with a hideous snap, broke his neck into jagged splinters. With a startled cry, the fallen guard's colleagues immediately turned their weapons upon the fiend, unleashing a fearsome volley of bullets. The creature's body shook violently with the impact, even as it made a desperate leap into the shadows. Somewhere in the darkness, the guards observed tiny flames erupting from its wounds. "Ceasefire! Back to back!" Ossing thundered. His stunned men stumbled clumsily into position. "Turn the lights upward." The enormous spotlights were slowly directed toward the rooftops, where 3 figures stood perched on foggy precipices. "Fire at will!" Ossing exclaimed, and the night exploded in a torrent of vicious gunfire. Somewhere in the distance, the approaching whine of police cruisers became audible over the din. "Corporal Hirschi," Ossing yelled over his shoulder. "Get Central Command on the phone and tell them to do something about the cops. Stieglitz, prepare the hoses." "I'll handle that, Ossing," Merchant cried over the clamor, but Ossing did not hear him. No sooner had Merchant closed his mouth when all 3 of the figures plummeted like stones toward the guards, their monstrous frames riddled with burning bullet holes, their faces quickly turning black as poisonous silver worked its way through their dead veins. In a flash, one of them pounced upon a guard, grabbing his gun and driving it upward through the man's mouth. The barrel exploded through the guard's skull as a sickening sheet of blood and brain matter burst into the cold night air. Without hesitation, 2 of his brothers-in-arms took aim at the fiend's face and blew its skull clean off its shoulders. The remaining vampires staggered impotently toward the guards, who continued to rend their bodies to pieces with unceasing fire. "Hose them," Ossing said, flatly. Heeding his superior's command, Lieutenant Stieglitz and his men activated 2 large hoses and blasted the vampires with a powerful flood of holy water. In a matter of seconds, their bodies burst into flame and melted into slimy piles of disintegrated flesh. Somewhere to the right, their comrade succumbed to his wounds, disappearing in a cloud of fiery ash. "Ceasefire!" Ossing barked, and all at once the street fell silent. Merchant and Collini, who had watched the onslaught from the rear of the line, stood huddled together in speechless awe. "Where are the people?" Collini whispered. "So much noise, and yet—" The question roused Merchant from his stupor. "Oh, yes, well," he replied with a cough. "I may have had something to do with that." The 5 superiors of the Pontifical Institute for Occult Studies gazed with glassy, unbelieving eyes at the figure before them. The figure of a man whom they'd long since presumed to be dead, or worse. Even for them, the story he'd just finished telling was astonishing beyond words. "I do not pretend to know why I've been chosen in this way," Merchant stated quietly, "but it definitely wasn't for my scientific prowess. That dubious honor belongs to our unfortunate former colleague, Father O'Hara. It seems, though, that I don't quite understand this either." Milshevsky spoke up after a prolonged and awkward silence. "I am a cynical man, Simon," he said gently. "A skeptic even, but for all that, I believe your story." Collini nodded. "So do I," he said, "though I do not begin to understand it. It seems to me that much of what God has revealed to you was promulgated long ago. For example, in the 4th century Gnostic text, De Deo Lucis et de Deo Tenebrae. And look what happened to the Gnostics," Nguyen remarked dryly. "That is my point," Collini replied. Perhaps the, church... with respect, Dom Collini, Merchant interjected. I think this is perhaps a topic for another time. Collini sighed. Perhaps, he replied plaintively. But to the issue at hand, I must ask, Father, how is it that you were able to subdue the creature with such ease? Come to that, what of the mysterious forefending of crowds of bystanders? Well, it was hardly with ease, Merchant laughed. Suffice it to say that God is willing to provide us with a certain degree of assistance, owing to the severity of the situation in which we find ourselves. It must be emphasized, however, that assistance is very deliberately limited. Ultimately, we are responsible for handling matters ourselves. Well, that's encouraging, isn't it? Ossing quipped. Merchant grinned. We've already demonstrated that we possess the degree of intellectual and military power necessary to best our opponents in battle. But winning the war is a different story. Fortunately, God has placed tools at our disposal in this regard, but those tools are only efficacious if we have faith. And what are these tools? Ortega inquired earnestly. We've long since mastered the art of destroying vampires, Merchant replied, and now we know how to prevent their spirits from moving among mortal bodies. What we've not known, nor even sought to know, since the Church has, rightly or wrongly, dissuaded us from investigating it, is how to reverse the effects of vampiric infection. Although everything we have ascertained with regard to the physical aspects of vampirism is true, we were mistaken in trying to achieve such a reversal through scientific means. As it turns out, Father Collini was right. The solution is exorcism, albeit of a special sort. Special how? Ossing quizzed puzzlingly. And in any case, how could we possibly perform exorcisms on legions of vampires who are attacking us in the field? I believe I know the answer to the first question, Collini mused, but I am curious to hear how Father Merchant will respond to the second. Merchant smiled wearily. Simply put, the power of the right lies in the words, and words need not to be spoken. I'll say more about that presently, but if I may again change the subject, we need to address the underlying cause of this ambush. It would appear, gentlemen, we have a Judas in our ranks. Olivia Norcross slowly opened her eyes and found herself lying on a musty-smelling bed in a damp, dimly lit room. All at once she became aware of the presence of Simon Merchant, who sat next to her with a small, sad smile on his face. "Simon," she croaked weakly. Merchant handed her a glass of water. "You've been out for quite a while," he replied with a soft voice. "Drink this." She did as suggested. "What's going on?" she inquired after a moment. "What happened to you?" Merchant sighed. "Well, that's a story for another time," he replied. "The most important thing right now is making sure you're okay and getting you home." Olivia shot bolt upright in the bed. "Not a chance!" she exclaimed fiercely. Merchant placed his hands on her shoulders and gently set her back against the pillows. "Hey, take it easy," he said. "Take it easy," she replied. "I've traveled halfway across the world to find you, and now that I have, you're sending me packing? No way, Jose." All right, Merchant said. "There's no need to talk about it right this instance. For now, you need to rest." The curtains of Cardinal Michelet's opulent quarters fluttered and, with a startled yelp, he once again found himself in the gruesome presence of the vampire formerly known as Gerard O'Hara. "Good evening, Your Eminence," the vampire intoned sardonically. "The master asked me to pay you a little visit. He'd have come himself, but, alas, he's not much for conversation." "I know what it is about. Please let me explain," Michelet stammered. The vampire leered. "By all means," he replied in a devilish voice. "I did everything I was supposed to do," the cardinal whimpered, wringing his hands frenetically. "How could I have possibly known about Merchant?" "I suppose you couldn't have," the vampire sighed. "In any case, the master isn't interested in crying over spilled milk. He wants to get to the bottom of Merchant's reappearance, and as well as the newfound powers he appears to have acquired in his absence. More importantly, he wants to know the Institute's next steps.
Of course, Michelet replied, simperingly. You have my word.
The vampire nodded menacingly. The Master doesn't care about who's responsible for what, only about obtaining the desired results. If those results fail to materialize going forward, my dear Cardinal Michelet, the Master will rip out your still beating heart with his bare hands and feast upon it before your dying eyes. Understood? Michelet winced and gave a slight half nod by way of response. The vampire vanished before his eyes. From Rabbi Ibrahim ben Suleiman's Atrahat Ean al-Sir, a treatise on sorcery, translated from the Arabic by Father Paolo Collini, O.P. The word was given to mankind by God in written form, so as to withstand the vicissitudes of fate and endure untarnished through the centuries. It is for this reason that the physical form of the holy text is itself sacred and so must be treated with utmost honor and reverence. The Torah scrolls and even the written commentaries of the sages possess enormous spiritual power simply in virtue of the words they contain. Thus are they said to be effective weapons against all manner of sorcery and diabolical force more generally, to cure every ailment and injury, and even to restore the dead to life. Merchant exited Olivia's room and quietly closed the door behind him. Dom Collini sat slumped in a chair in the hallway, his ancient face haggard and exhausted. "Is she all right?" Collini asked concernedly. Merchant nodded. "As much as can be expected," he replied with a sigh. "Good," Collini said. "I know you are as tired as I am, Father Merchant, but I wanted to speak with you in confidence about our earlier conversation." Merchant pulled up a chair and sat beside the friar. "Go on," he replied, rubbing his bloodshot eyes. "You spoke of an exorcism of a special sort," Collini said. "For lack of a better term, ordinary demonic possessions do not typically result in the destruction of the body, at least when exorcism is carried out quickly and successfully. This is not the case with vampiric possession, of course, which is one reason why my colleagues have looked askance at exorcism as a potential solution. If the exorcism of which you speak is special, it must be because it has the power to restore the possessed to life, body and soul." "You're correct, Dom Collini," Merchant responded flatly. "But how is this possible?" Collini asked. "No exorcism of this sort exists in the Roman Rite, nor in any sacramental text of which I am aware." Merchant nodded. "The exorcism in question is found in Holy Writ itself, or rather, Holy Writ is the means by which it's executed." Collini's brow furrowed. "I am afraid I do not follow." "This exorcism comes not from our tradition, but that of our forebears," Merchant replied. "It's buried deep in the Kabbalistic texts, and even there it's shrouded in obscurity. While it is true that all of the religions of Abraham condemn the raising of the dead as necromancy, the Jews, or at least the greatest mystics of their line, made an exception in cases of vampirism." "Are you saying that there is a Jewish form of an exorcism rite that reverses the physical and spiritual symptoms of vampirism?" Collini asked, with astonishment. "Well, not a rite so much as a way of, using the power that is latent in the written text of the Bible itself," Merchant replied. "The mystics believe that the sacred words written on the physical page are capable by themselves of doing what rites and spoken incantations are not. Simply put, the exorcism works by injecting those words into the body of the vampire." "That's not really putting it simply, Father," Collini scoffed. Merchant grinned. "Yeah, I know," he said, patting Collini lightly on the shoulder. "I'll take a shot at explaining it more clearly to you and the others once I've had some sleep. Failing that, perhaps you can call upon St. Ignatius of Loyola to do it for you," Collini replied, with a wink. Part 7. From La Repubblica, Monday, 30th of March. Vatican City. With Easter Sunday less than a month away, Vatican authorities are scrambling to ensure the safety of the estimated 170,000 persons expected to attend the papal Easter Mass at St. Peter's Basilica. The Holy See's efforts follow in the wake of the more than 100 unexplained murders and disappearances that have been reported in and around Rome since January, the vast majority of which have involved members of the clergy and other individuals linked to the Vatican. Among the missing are the eminent American biologist Father Simon Merchant, the Nobel laureate Father Gerard O'Hara, and Cardinal Secretary of State Francisco Rovino, the latter of whom has since been temporarily replaced by the Cardinal Undersecretary Jean-Baptiste Michelet. Rovino was last seen in his chambers at the Apostolic Palace shortly after 5 p.m., although it's unclear whether and to what extent the Vatican Gendarmerie is directly cooperating with Italian law enforcement to investigate these incidents. Representatives of both parties assure the public that diligent efforts are being made, despite the evident absence of actionable leads. Captain Ossing was abruptly roused from contemplation by the buzz of the smartphone on his desk. Glancing at the screen, he saw that he had received a text message from Sergeant Brenner, his second-in-command, and the Institute's principal emissary to the Secretariat. Earlier that day, Collini had reminded him that the Institute's weekly report for Cardinal Michelet was overdue, and that he needed to submit his own portion of said report post-haste. In customary fashion, Ossing had directed Brenner to carry out the perfunctory task on his behalf. He assumed that the present text was merely confirmation that the sergeant had done so. Ossing opened the text and, scanning its contents, found himself immediately perplexed. "I will be home later than usual tonight, my love," he read aloud. "I may have another surprise for you. Don't worry where the money is coming from." The message ended with a kiss emoji. Ossing's brow furrowed. What in the hell is this? Upon entering Cardinal Michelet's opulent quarters, Sergeant Emile Brenner was immediately besieged by a torrent of abuse. "Oh, you incompetent, you worthless peon," Michelet shrieked, his fat, beet-red face quivering with rage. "Do you take me for a fool?" Brenner stopped abruptly in his tracks and cocked his head. "Your Eminence?" he inquired innocently. I don't... "Silence!" Michelet bellowed furiously as he struggled to pull his bloated frame upright. "I am not paying you a king's ransom to overlook crucial intelligence. Oh, you bungling imbecile. Your espionage skills are non-existent." Brenner averted his eyes and stammered incoherently before Michelet cut him off, slamming his meaty fist into the desk with an echoing boom. "Stop sniveling and listen to me, you ignoramus. Holy Week will be here soon. From this moment forward, you will follow the Institute's every move without pause. You will stick to them like flies on shit. I want to know everything the moment it happens. No, before it happens. And if you fail me again, I will remove your head from your shoulders and deliver your empty skull to O'Hara myself. Do I make myself clear?" Brenner flinched. "Yes, Eminence," he replied sheepishly. His mind reflexively turned to the blunder that he committed earlier that day, when he accidentally sent a text message to his superior that had been intended for his wife. Michelet dismissed him with a wave of his sausage-like fingers. Just as the guard made to exit the room, a thought occurred to him. "Your Eminence," he blurted with a note of urgency, "there is something important I need to tell you." Michelet heaved an impatient sigh. "Oh, please do not waste my time, Brenner," he spat. Brenner shook his head spasmodically. "The leadership of the Institute has dispatched Swiss Guard to stand watch outside their respective quarters at night," he gushed. "I know for a fact that Ortega will be alone at San Bonaventura this evening. If it pleases you, I can devise some pretext or another for dismissing the guard on duty." Michelet's eyes narrowed.
Well,
he mused deviously.
perhaps you are not such a fool after all, Brenner.
Simon Merchant found himself standing before two enormous, richly carved doors. All at once he became aware of the presence of Olivier, who, Merchant noticed, was inexplicably clad in the garb of a Carmelite nun.
"They're waiting for you,"
she said in a ghost-like voice. Her pale fingers gestured toward the doors, which opened with a slow, otherworldly creak to reveal rows of men in identical scarlet and black vestments, their faces hidden in the shadow.
"It's the courier,"
Merchant thought to himself, stepping forward. As his eyes adjusted to the candle-smoke gloom, he suddenly realized that the figures around him had the heads of jackals, their bestial yellow eyes flashing at him from the darkness, their lupine snouts dripping with snot and blood. Looking down at himself, Merchant saw that he was arrayed in papal garments and carrying a large golden mitre. Just then a booming voice erupted from somewhere out of sight.
"The sign of the traitor is a kiss,"
it intoned. The Merchant awoke with a breathless start, his eyes bulging from their sockets. His bed was drenched in sweat. Around the same time Merchant awoke from his nightmare, Brenner was walking briskly through the ancient Franciscan cloister of San Bonaventura, where he soon came upon a young Swiss guard standing at attention outside the cell of Father Tomas Ortega. Upon noticing his presence, the guard pulled himself ramrod straight and clicked his heels.
"At ease, Private,"
Brenner said in a near whisper.
"I am here to relieve you from your post."
The guard gave Brenner a confused glance from the corner of his eyes.
"So,"
he replied.
"The order comes from the captain himself,"
Brenner said.
"He did not offer any explanation."
The guard gave a quick salute before pivoting on his heels and disappearing into the shadows of the corridor. Brenner surveyed the surrounding darkness nervously. A few moments later, he rapped lightly on Ortega's door, signaling to his co-conspirator that the coast was clear. No sooner had the noise roused Ortega from fitful slumber than the window of his cell swung open, flooding the small room with chill. Turning his head toward the window, the half-awake friar beheld a pair of glowing yellow eyes glaring at him over a grinning, saw-like mouth. Before he even had a chance to scream, the figure leapt soundlessly from its perch and pounced, its hideous fangs closing over the friar's jugular like a trap, its talons tearing his struggling frame to bloody ribbons. The figure vanished as quickly as it appeared, stealing silently into the cold night and leaving no sign of its presence, save the gore-sprayed walls and the gawking, frozen face of its mutilated victim. The following morning, Merchant stumbled groggily into the library, where his colleagues were waiting for him, all except Ortega. Slumping into a chair and rubbing his raw, bloodshot eyes, Merchant yawned audibly.
"Rough night?"
Myslevsky inquired with a smirk. Merchant forced out a chuckle before abruptly looking away with a furrowed brow.
I had a dream,"
he stammered, his eyes wandering about the room as he struggled to jog his memory. A moment later his eyes widened. "The sign of the traitor is a kiss," he exclaimed suddenly. Collini shot him a confused look.
"Come again?"
A voice in the dream said, "The sign of the traitor is a kiss," Merchant replied breathlessly. All at once, Ossing remembered the bizarre text message from Brenner. Had it not ended with a kiss emoji? Sitting bolt upright in his chair, he began to survey the room wildly.
"Hey, where is Ortega?"
In what seemed like a matter of seconds, the five men thundered into the dormitory of San Bonaventura, startling a handful of unsuspecting friars and nearly colliding with a young Swiss guard who was making to leave. Ossing grabbed the man by his shoulders.
"Private,"
he gasped. "Have you seen Father Ortega?" No, sir," he stammered confusedly. Ossing shook him so hard that his teeth chattered. "Have you been here all night?" Ossing demanded. No, sir," the guard replied. "Only since 0400, when I relieved Sergeant Brenner." Ossing visibly bristled. "Brenner?" A moment later, Ossing was hammering frantically on Ortega's door. "Father Ortega," he screamed. "Ortega, are you in there?" When no response came, Ossing gestured to his colleagues to stand aside before raising his boot and kicking down the locked door with a splintering crack. He was immediately met by the glazed, lifeless eyes of the dead. Behind him, he could hear the others gasping. Whirling around to meet their horrified gazes, Ossing erupted. "Brenner! It's Brenner!" Poland, the 13th century. The villagers chattered nervously among themselves as they surveyed the grisly sight before them. Lying in a newly dug tomb was the disinterred corpse of Yakov ben Levi, its lips dripping with fresh blood, his burial shroud stained with gore. The elder tugged his beard thoughtfully as he surveyed the body. "Untoit," he stated decisively, before turning to a young boy at his side. "Shimon," he said, "you must fetch the rabbi at once." The boy nodded before sprinting at breakneck speed toward the forest, where the famed rabbi of Veroshanka dwelled in a small hermitage of stone and thatch. The rabbi was just sitting down to a cup of tea when the door swung open and the boy burst into the humble, book-filled room, clutching his side and gasping for air. "Master Rabbi," the boy wheezed, "you must come at once." The rabbi peered over his voluminous beard. "What is the meaning of this, child?" he growled. "Untoit," the boy wheezed. "Please, come." About half an hour later, the boy emerged from the forest, the rabbi following a few paces behind him with a large sack slung over his bony shoulders. Upon seeing the rabbi, the villagers fell silent, falling to their knees and averting their eyes. As he drew near, a few made to kiss the hem of his robe. The rabbi shook them off. "Where?" he inquired gruffly. The elder rose from his knees and bowed reverently before gesturing to the open tomb. The rabbi gave a nod, his eyes narrowing. "Has it fed?" The elder snapped his fingers. "Bring the maiden," he said over his shoulder. A few moments later, a pair of men produced a stretcher on which laid the small, pale body of a girl. The rabbi bent down and placed a gnarled hand on the girl's cheek. "Ah, still warm," he muttered softly. Gently turning her head to expose the neck, he ran his fingers over a pair of tiny wounds. "Ah, there's time yet." The rabbi struggled to his feet and pointed at the corpse of Yakov ben Levi. "It is too dark here," he stated flatly. "Take the body and place it in the sunlight." The elder snapped his fingers again, whereupon a large man grabbed the corpse by its ankles and dragged it away from the tomb, pulling it slowly through the dirt into a sliver of twilight a few yards away. All at once the corpse's eyes shot open, its bloody mouth erupting into a fiendish hiss. The villagers davened and muttered prayers as they watched it burst into flames. The rabbi gave a satisfied nod before stooping to rummage through his bag. "Open the mouth," he said, gesturing to the young girl. A moment later, he produced a small scrap of parchment on which was clearly visible the inked strokes of the Holy Torah. Far below the bustling cobbles of Trastevere, the vampire formerly known as Gerard O'Hara cast his yellow eyes upon a thin sliver of sunlight gleaming weakly on the floor of the crypt. The second vampire stood nearby, awaiting direction. "Approach the light," O'Hara commanded brusquely. The creature bristled apprehensively and, muttering its assent, took a few furtive steps forward. O'Hara observed carefully as it placed its fingers into the glimmer of sunbeam
the pale flesh brightening to a brilliant white. There was no flame to be seen. O'Hara leered. "Now place your whole hand into the light. What do you feel?" The vampire complied, gawking with amazement at its unblemished hand. "I feel warmth, but there is no pain," it hissed. O'Hara's leering grin widened as he motioned for the creature to move forward. Before it could do so, however, he noticed that its hand had begun to emit thin strands of smoke, the flesh erupting into furious blisters. "It burns!" the creature wailed, recoiling into the darkness. O'Hara heaved a frustrated sigh. "Damn it all," he growled. "We are closer, but time is not on our side." Part 8. A sputtering bulb swung lazily over Brenner's head and cast an eerie glow upon the otherwise disembodied face of his commander, whose blazing eyes glared furiously at him from the shadows of the cell. Brenner's own face was swollen and bruised. Blood ran in warm tributaries from his every orifice. Arms twisted behind his back, he felt the handcuffs digging unforgivingly into his wrists. "You have exactly two options," Ossing growled menacingly. "If you tell us everything, you will be permitted to spend the rest of your worthless life rotting in this cell. If you don't..." Ossing paused and leaned over the table toward Brenner. "Then we will subject you to unimaginable torture, the pain of which will only subside when we butcher you like a pig and toss your traitorous carcass into the Tiber. Don't think for a second that I'm jesting. You're dealing with the Roman Catholic Church, Brenner, and we don't give a ripe fuck about the Geneva Conventions." Brenner averted his eyes and quivered in his shackles. "What do you want to know?" Brenner whimpered. "Was Ortega murdered by vampires?" Ossing replied through clenched teeth. Brenner nodded tremblingly. "And you facilitated this?" "I did," Brenner mumbled in response. "At whose behest?" "Cardinal Michelet," Brenner replied. "He's been paying me to spy on the Institute." Ossing's jaw visibly tightened. "And why would he do that?" He's in league with O'Hara," Brenner stammered. "Or what used to be O'Hara, at any rate." "O'Hara?" Ossing replied incredulously. "Yes," Brenner sheepishly affirmed. "O'Hara leads the vampire cabal. Michelet has been assisting them." "But why? What does he get out of it?" "Cardinal Rovino's job, of course," Brenner replied with a sad smirk. "That bastard," Brenner roared, slamming his fist against the table. "What is their plan, Brenner? Tell me immediately, or so help me God." Brenner's eyes widened with fear. I don't know," he insisted. Ossing's entire body shook with blind rage as he abruptly shot up from his chair and upended the table. A moment later he grabbed Brenner by the collar and throttled him violently. "I will end you right now, Brenner," he bellowed. "I swear to God, I don't know," Brenner whined pathetically. "There was something about Easter, the papal mass. I don't know." Ossing tightened his grip, staring directly into Brenner's tear-filled eyes. "Where is the rest?" he roared. "Where is the nest?" he roared. "Tell me where the nest is, or I will rip your fucking throat out right now." Once again, Collini and Michalewski found themselves met by the unremittingly stern face of Cardinal Boniface Ngoa, a face neither of them had hoped, let alone expected, to see again so soon. Ngoa glowered from behind the same oaken table he'd occupied previously, menacingly gesturing to a familiar pair of seats. To his right, the two men spied the imposing frame of Giancarlo Vanetti, Inspector General of the Vatican Gendarmerie, and to his left sat a brooding, square-jawed man arrayed in the unmistakable garb of a plain-clothes policeman. Ngoa acknowledged the latter with a stiff nod as the priests nervously nestled into their seats. "Captain,
Would you be kind enough to introduce yourself to my colleagues? He inquired gruffly. They're already acquainted with Inspector Vanetti, of course. Luca Farinelli, the man replied flatly. Divisione Investigazioni Generali e Operazioni Speciali. Milchevsky noticeably flinched. Oh, Digos, he muttered to Galini under his breath. Italian feds. This isn't good. Ngoa turned to Vanetti. Shall we fill them in, Inspector? Vanetti nodded and cleared his throat. As you know, we have a kind of a standing arrangement with the Italian authorities. Simply put, they stay out of our business and we stay out of theirs. Well, the Ortega incident, though, that was a bridge too far, evidently. How the devil did Digos find out about that? Milchevsky inquired disbelievingly. Farinelli's mouth folded into a subtle smirk. We stay out of your business, yes, he said. That doesn't mean we don't know about it. But only to a point, Ngoa interjected, noticing his colleague's palpable alarm. Farinelli's smirk widened. Naturally, we have been more than a little curious. What with all these murders and disappearances, needless to say, that curiosity increases tenfold when there are civilians involved. Galini and Milchevsky glanced at each other furtively. As I said, Milchevsky muttered, this is not good. You are the undisputed master of understatement, Galini replied in a whispering sigh. Olivia Norcross's pale eyes widened to the size of saucers. Absolutely not, she stated determinedly. Sitting across her in a slumped posture, Merchant cradled his face in his hands and sighed. It's far too dangerous for you. Stop, she interrupted, with an officious wave of her hand. Just stop. Jesus Christ, Simon. The fact that you still haven't explained any of this to me is fucked up enough, and now you're trying to send me packing? Again, hell no. Merchant rose from his chair abruptly and raised his arms in exasperation. Oh, there's no time for this, he exclaimed. You're going home. Olivia followed suit, rising slowly and fixing him with a steely gaze. Ah, is that so? She inquired with a defiant cock of her head. Yes, Merchant replied forcefully. Olivia's eyes narrowed as she moved closer to him. Oh, I will never speak to you again, she hissed through clenched teeth. A moment later, she turned on a heel and made for the door. Olivia, Merchant implored helplessly. Oh, fuck you, Simon. Olivia spat over her shoulder and stomped loudly out of the room, passing a timid young priest on her way out. Noticing the latter, Merchant threw up his hands and heaved a sigh. Yes, what is it? He inquired defeatedly. Oh, you must come at once, father, the young priest replied with unexpected firmness. No sooner had Milchevsky and Collini left Cardinal Ngoa's chambers when they were intercepted by Ossing and Merchant. Dripping with sweat, eyes wild, the two men struggled to catch their breath. Oh, Captain Ossing, Collini began. What's going on? Ossing cut him off. The library, now. In a matter of minutes, the four men clambered into the room in question. Nguyen was waiting for them, looking pale and bedraggled. Ossing gestured to a pair of chairs and began pacing the room maniacally. Glancing at each other nervously, Collini and Milchevsky heeded the silent command. The gendarmerie is moving to place Michelet under arrest, Ossing stated breathlessly. What? Milchevsky gasped in utter bemusement. He is in league with the undead, Merchant stated flatly. While Milchevsky chuckled sardonically as Nguyen mouthed the words, Jesus Christ, dropping his head to the table with a thud. What on earth are you talking about? Collini stammered, his gaze shifting wildly from one face to the next. Ossing stopped mid-pace and gripped the table. Brenner is the fucking rat. He told us everything. Michelet is working for the vamps. He's been spying on us. Nguyen raised his head from the table, his eyes wide with disbelief. For God's sake, why? To get Ravino out of the way, Merchant replied. Oh, it gets worse, Ossing added. O'Hara is your field's consigliere. They're planning some kind of massive attack for Easter Sunday. Collini's brow furrowed. But how? He inquired confusedly. No one will be around Vatican City after midnight on Easter. Milshevsky shook his head and smirked. Just think about it for a second, will you, Paolo? He replied. Imagine you are an evil vampire king who wants to unleash total war on the Catholic Church on the holiest day of the year. What would you need in order to accomplish your goal? Well, the ability to walk in broad daylight, for starters, Collini said scoffingly. Milshevsky nodded, his smirk widening. Indeed, he smarmily replied. And who, if anyone, could bring something like that about? Nguyen's eyes widened with alarm. Oh God, he intoned gravely. O'Hara? Very same, Merchant interjected. Michelet hasn't just been spying on behalf of the undead. He's been providing material assistance to them as well. What sort of material assistance? Collini inquired. A place to sleep for one, Ossing replied. For another, a place for O'Hara to do his work as Dracula's very own mad scientist. Collini gasped, crossing himself. There is time before Easter, Nguyen mused thoughtfully, rising from his chair and folding his thin arms. Do we have a location? We do, Merchant replied. More importantly, we might have the capacity to do more than destroy our foes. Milshevsky raised his eyebrows. Oh? He mused sarcastically. And what is that? Merchant grinned. We might be able to cure them. Ngoa and Vanetti stared at Ossing with gobsmacked astonishment. This is absolutely... Ngoa began. Disastrous, Vanetti interjected. Absolutely disastrous. First the Italian police, and now Michelet. Ossing nodded. I agree, the situation with the police is not good. But to be perfectly frank, that's the least of our worries at the moment. What do you need from us, Commander? Ngoa inquired. The police and the press must be kept in the dark, Ossing said. More importantly, so must our enemies. They cannot know that Michelet is in our custody. As far as anyone knows, Michelet is still on the job. Of course, Ngoa replied. We also need to redouble our security measures. Ortega's murder was very clearly payback, but it would be foolish to think that the vamps will stop there. Vanetti nodded. Of course, consider it done. But, if I may ask, what are you planning to do by way of a counterattack, Captain Ossing? Oh, you know me, Ossing replied with a sigh. If I had my way, that nest would already be up in flames. Unfortunately, this is not a simple military matter. My colleagues believe they have uncovered a spiritual method for reversing vampirism. Notwithstanding my misgivings, I think we ought to give it a try. Curing the plague has always been our goal, after all. Maybe spirituality will succeed where pure science has failed. Ngoa smiled sadly. After all this, that would be the most ironic outcome, don't you think? Psalm 71. Though you have visited many bitter troubles upon me, O Lord, you will restore my soul. From the depths of the earth you will raise me up and restore me to life. Merchant awaited Collini in the laboratory, clutching a purple stole in shaking hands. From an adjoining room came a powerful din as the vampire thundered against its restraints, shrieking madly. A few minutes passed before Collini appeared, looking pale and exhausted. He seemed to have aged considerably since Merchant first met his acquaintance. Are you ready, Father? Collini inquired in a soft, sad voice. Merchant nodded pensively. Dom Collini, he said, please understand that I mean no disrespect in taking the lead here. It's just that... Don't be ridiculous, Collini scoffed. As you Americans like to say, this is your baby. Thank you, Father,
Merchant replied with a respectful nod. I read your notes, Collini said, and to be perfectly honest, I am more than a little embarrassed that these texts managed to escape my attention. Don't be, Merchant replied. We're dealing with closely guarded secrets from a tradition that's not our own. The Church knows a great deal, but it can hardly be expected to know everything. Yeah, fair enough, Collini said. So I take it we have ascertained the identity of the subject. We have, Merchant replied. He is, or rather was, a canon regular from the Order of St. Victor, Father Fabian Kobachek. Collini nodded, reaching into the folds of his robes to produce a worn scrap of parchment. Psalm 71, per your request, he said, handing the scrap to Merchant. It was taken from the personal breviary of St. Alethius. Collini paused. Do we, know what we're doing here, Father? Merchant chuckled slightly. Of course not, he replied. The texts we're working with don't exactly provide detailed instructions. Then, how do we proceed? Collini asked. Well, the sages repeatedly insist that every man must serve God in accordance with his station, Merchant replied. I take this to mean that we must adapt the ritual, to perform it in a way that makes sense for us, for who we are. Adapt it how exactly? Collini asked. We'll follow the letter of the Roman ritual through the Prayer Notanda, Merchant replied, holding up the purple stole and gesturing at a pair of white surplices on a nearby table. You will provide the response. And then, well, per the Kabbalistic texts, we'll then place the excerpt directly into the mouth of the possessed and force it down the throat. The color drained from Collini's face as he crossed himself. If we perform this task correctly, Merchant continued, the demon will be evacuated and Father Kobachek will be returned to us, body and soul. Collini thought for a moment. Assuming we are successful, Father, Collini replied, how can we replicate the procedure en masse? Surely you are not suggesting that we capture and detain an entire legion of vampires? The power of the rite seems to emanate from the physical text itself, Merchant said. If my speculations are correct, and this is a big if, the form of the text doesn't matter. In principle, the same effect will obtain if we reduce it to a kind of liquid pulp and inject it directly through the skin by means of, dark guns or the like. Collini's eyes widened. But what of the spoken portions of the rites? Merchant shrugged. Well, we can broadcast them over a loudspeaker, he replied with a grin. Brilliant, Collini chuckled. Absolutely brilliant. Scores of yellow eyes glowed from the darkness of the crypt. Above them all loomed the towering frame of the demon Yophiel, a column of vaporous ink topped by a grinning skull. O'Hara stood before the demon, his head bowed. Master, he said, it would appear that Michelet and his servant are out of pocket. We have looked everywhere. They're nowhere to be found. We suspect that they've been apprehended. The demon cocked its monstrous head slightly in response. What is your command? O'Hara asked in a near whisper. Ubi puella est? The demon inquired in a sepulchral hiss. Meretrix mecorturis. The girl is in the apostolic palace, O'Hara replied. The demon cocked his head further. Ea custoditur. From what I understand, she's under the protection of a single guard. The demon then leered villainously. Bring her to me. The vampire formerly known as Fabian Kobachek bellowed incoherently from its strains, its razor-filled mouth held open by a steel device. Merchant set closed his worn copy of the Roman ritual and set it down on a nearby table. After several exhausting hours, the first part of the exorcism was complete. I think it's clear what will happen if we go any further, Merchant said, glancing over his shoulder at Collini. Collini removed the silver mask from his mouth and dabbed the deep wrinkles of his forehead with a handkerchief. The demon departs, he replied wearily, but we are left with a rotting corpse. Merchant nodded, reaching for the scrap of parchment. It was not a mistake to follow the right, he said. Doing so has clearly weakened the demon. Now comes the real test. Donning his own silver mask, Merchant blessed the parchment, adding a sprinkle of holy water for good measure. Lord be with you, he said, turning to make the sign of the cross over Kalini. Kalini bowed his head. And also with you, he replied. Lord, heed my prayer. And let my cry be heard by you, Kalini responded. Despise not my petition, but in your infinite mercy hear and answer me. Merchant cleared his throat and raised his hands. Let us pray, he began in a hoarse voice. O Lord, who on this day revealed your only begotten Son to all nations by the guidance of a star, grant that we who now know you by faith may finally behold you in a heavenly majesty, through Christ our Lord. Amen, Kalini muttered. Be enlightened and shine forth, O Jerusalem, Merchant continued, for your light is come, and upon you is risen the glory of the Lord Jesus Christ, born of the Virgin Mary. Nations shall walk in your light, and kings in the splendor of your birth. The glory of the Lord is risen upon you. Let us pray. Holy Lord, Almighty Father, everlasting God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, who once and for all consigned that fallen and apostate tyrant to the flames of hell, who sent your only begotten Son into the world to crush that roaring lion, hasten to our call for help and snatch from ruination and from the clutches of the noonday devil this human being made in your image and likeness. Strike terror, Lord, into the beast now laying waste your vineyard. Fill your servants with courage to fight manfully against that reprobate dragon, lest he despise those who put their trust in you, and say with Pharaoh of old, I know not God, nor will I set Israel free. Let your mighty hand cast him out of your servant Fabian, that he may no longer hold captive this person whom it pleased you to make in your image, and to redeem through your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. A guttural moan escaped from the vampire's throat as it writhed in its shackles. Kalini glanced at the creature pityingly. Amen, he whispered. My soul glorifies the Lord, Merchant continued, the Lord who ransomed Israel from bondage and made of it a priestly nation, empowering his people to cast out demons and restore the death of life through his holy word. Hear me now, O Lord. I, who am your servant despite my unworthiness, call upon you now, invoking the power of your word in communion with all the holy patriarchs of Israel. Merchant took the parchment in hand and made the sign of the cross before turning to the writhing vampire. I command you, unclean spirit, whoever you are, along with all your minions now attacking this servant of God, by the mysteries of the incarnation, passion, resurrection, and ascension of our Lord Jesus Christ, by the descent of the Holy Spirit, by the coming of our Lord for judgment, that you obey me to the letter. Merchant kissed the parchment before placing it into the vampire's gaping, bloody mouth. The creature shrieked violently as thin wisps of smoke began to rise from between his fangs. Do it now, he muttered to Kalini over his shoulder. Kalini nodded, placing the long end of a silver crucifix into the vampire's maw and ramming the smoking parchment down its throat. The creature immediately fell silent, its sulphurous eyes widening. I cast you out, unclean spirit, Merchant roared. Along with every satanic power of the enemy, every spectre from hell, and all your fellow companions. In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, be gone and stay far from this creature of God, for it is he who commands you, he who flung you headlong from the heights of heaven into the depths of hell. It is he who commands you, he who once stilled the sea and the wind and the storm. Hearken, therefore, and tremble in fear, Satan, you enemy of the faith, you foe of the human race, you begetter of death, you robber of life, you corrupter of justice, you root of all evil and vice, seducer of men, betrayer of the nations, instigator of envy, font of avarice, fomenter of discord, author of pain and sorrow. Why then do you stand and resist, knowing as you must that Christ the law brings your plans to nothing? Fear him, who in Isaac was offered in sacrifice, in Joseph sold into bondage, slain as the paschal lamb, crucified as man, yet triumphed over the powers of hell. Merchant paused to trace the sign of the cross 3 times over the creature. Begone then, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Give place to the Holy Spirit by this sign of the Holy Cross of our Lord Jesus Christ, who lives and reigns with the Father and the Holy Spirit, one God, for ever and ever. Amen, Collini muttered. All at once the creature stopped writhing, falling stock still. Merchant swallowed loudly. Let us pray, he continued over the lump in his throat. I call upon Almighty God, who has saved his servant Fabian from this evil spirit, to restore him to life. O Lord my God, who once called Lazarus forth from the tomb, I implore you to heal the corrupted body of your servant, that he may once again live in your grace and love. Bring him back to us, O Lord. Fill him with your spirit so that he may no longer fear evil. May the goodness and peace of our Lord Jesus Christ, our Redeemer, take possession of this man, ensuring him a place at your right hand, who lives and reigns in the unity of Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Father, look, Collini cried, gesturing wildly at the creature. To Merchant's utter astonishment, the once horrific face of the vampire began to slowly transform, the knife-like fangs receding, the yellow sulphur draining from his eyes. In a matter of seconds, they'd taken on the serene shade of blue. The figure before them was a human being. Breaking from his stupor, Merchant wheeled around to face Collini. Summon the others at once, he commanded. Collini, who had fallen to his knees, signaled his silent assent with the sign of the cross.
Part 9. The bells of St. Peter's Basilica rang once, twice, then again. Midnight. Then silence. Ngo stood with Renetti beneath the great dome, staring into the fog that had spilled across the square like something breathing. It rolled over the cobblestones, slick with blood and ash. The ancient statues above, saints and martyrs, seemed to bend slightly in mourning. "They're coming," Ngo whispered. Renetti nodded. "They're already here." From the shadows emerged the first wave, figures in tattered cassocks and cardinal red. Vampires, once men of the cloth, now hollowed by centuries of damnation. Their eyes glowed amber. Behind them, like a procession of the dead, came the elite of Yorfiel's court. Silver-masked priests with claws for fingers and crucifixes turned upside down and jagged. Then the last bell struck. Yorfiel descended like a falling star, wings scorched black, his face radiant and horrible. In his hands, an inverted thurible, leaking incense like poison. "Let the blood of the martyrs drown this house of lies," he said, his voice like 1,000 choirs singing backwards. Inside the apostolic palace, Commander Ossing held the girl close. She was barely 10. No name had ever been given, just the silence in her eyes and the way light bent around her when she moved. "She does not speak," Collini had once said. "She doesn't have to," Merchant had replied. "She is the Word." That kept her hidden in the library's deepest vault, where no light entered and only those who had been sanctified could survive for long. The girl read every book in the vault by touch. Scrolls, forbidden gospels, exorcist manuals written in blood. She absorbed knowledge like light through stained glass. Tonight, she'd written only one word over and over in a trembling hand. Now! The first gate fell. Ngoa and Vanetti fought back to back on the steps, blades blessed with relic dust. They cut through the first ranks, but for every vampire that fell 2 rows from beneath the stones. Then Fabian arrived, no longer twisted by bloodlust, the first cured vampire in centuries. He moved like something from legend, reciting Latin psalms as he fought, light flaring from his blade with every strike. Well, they pressed forward, buying time and buying hope. In the Chapel of Tears, Merchant and Collini prepared the final part of the cure. Pages of the recovered Codex Redemptoris, bound in holy wax, burned slowly in the crucible. The smoke would not kill, it would reveal the soul buried inside the damned, a weapon of unbearable truth. Will it work on your field? Collini asked. Merchant paused before replying. He was never human, but he chose to fall. If he can choose again, he might refuse. Yes. Yofiel entered the library. He didn't need to ask where the girl was. He could feel her, a wound in time, a thread unraveling everything he had built. She stood there barefoot, staring up at him. No fear, just that strange, infinite stillness. You are the interruption, he said. The contradiction. Why were you born? She looked at him, and for the first time, she spoke. To forgive you. Yofiel stepped back, and for a moment his form flickered. Angel, demon, angel. You can't, he hissed. You don't know what I've done. I don't need to, she said. You do. Outside, the battle reached the basilica. Ngoa fell. Fabian wept as he fought his own kind. Vanetti was bitten but did not turn, somehow resisting the darkness. And inside, the crucible burned brighter. Merchant lifted the reliquary and stepped into the library. The girl placed her hand on it, and the codex's smoke flared. Yofiel screamed, not in pain, but in memory. He saw it all. Every soul he had taken, every lie whispered to broken men, every altar he'd defiled. And beyond it all, what he used to be, what he still could be. You don't belong in hell, the little girl whispered. But I made it, Yofiel said. And the smoke touched him, and he chose. There was a light, pure and gold, that filled the Vatican like sunrise. The vampires froze, and one by one they collapsed, not as dust but as bodies, weeping blood, not dead, not cured, just exposed. Those who could endure their own reflection began to crawl toward the light. Others turned and ran, retreating into the shadows. Then the fog lifted. Yofiel lay in the girl's arms, a shadow of wings curling around them both. He did not speak again. Dawn. Ngoa lived, Vanetti too, though barely. Merchant died in the library, holding the empty reliquary, tears on his face. Collini found the girl walking alone through the square, barefoot on broken stone. The sky was soft now, and the world had not ended. In the Vatican sealed vaults, the codex was returned to the deep. The cured were taken in, the church rebuilt. And the girl? She vanished 2 days later. Some say she walked across the Tiber. Others claim she became a pillar of fire and vanished. One cardinal, half mad, said she returned to the place where language was first born. Epilogue. A final letter was written from Vanetti to Ossing. We didn't win. We were forgiven. There's a difference, Commander, a painful one, but maybe a necessary one too. Yofiel wasn't the only one who needed it. Some time later, a fragment was discovered beneath the catacombs of St. Cecilia's Basilica, scrawled into the back of a 5th century psalter in an unidentifiable hand. The ink contained human iron and was warm to the touch. The Vatican denies its authenticity. Chapter 13, verses 1 to 9, from the Lost Book of Iothio. 1. And in the 13th hour, when the veil was torn and the light poured forth, the seraph fell not into ash but into silence. 2. The child bore him across the threshold, and in her hand was neither sword nor seal, but a mirror polished with blood. 3. Lo, the beast looked and wept, and in his weeping was worship, and in his worship was release. 4. But the silence was not peace. It was a pause, a drawing of breath. 5. For the stars do not forget their brothers, nor do the deep roads of the earth close forever. 6. And the blood that cries from the ground shall cry again sevenfold. 7. The forgiven shall dream, and in their dreams they shall speak in tongues never heard by man. 8. The girl shall walk eastward, and behind her 12 shadows shall follow, not men, not angels, not beasts. 9. And in the final dawn the church shall be built of bone, and the hymn shall begin anew. Well, my dear friends, that's been a long time coming, hasn't it? Hope you enjoyed the finale to that one, and I hope you've all had the chance to listen again, because it's been quite a few years in the making. Anyway, delighted to finally have finished that one, and I hope you enjoyed it. That's all I can say. Whew, what a hell of a ride that was. Fantastic writing there from Nathan Yuen. So happy he shared that story with me. Took him a while to get it finished, but it's all done now. Anyway, thoughts, feelings, anything else you want to share in the comments section below the video, and as ever, I'll do my best to join in the conversation. Well, that's it for this evening. Back again at the weekend with something else. I don't know. Not sure. Any thoughts on what you want me to do next? Let me know, and I'll definitely take it into consideration. Anyway, I'm waffling. This is a hell of a long one. Till the next time, my dear friends, you all just remember it's only a story. Sleep well, yeah?
Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to this story today. Really means a lot to me, and to the author of the story, of course. Well, if you want to know more about me, I'm pretty much everywhere on social media. You can find me on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You can download my music on SoundCloud. I've got a Patreon if you feel like. Throw me $1 or $2. Very much appreciated. And of course, on Reddit, I have a place where you can leave stories if you want me to read one that you've written. Well, hoping to see you all again very soon. Till then, sweet dreams. Bye-bye.